2 of the college football season has us in Winston-Salem, the home of the Demon Deacons, where Wake Forest looks for its 2nd win of the young season on a hot and humid afternoon. On the menu, the Catamounts of Western Carolina out of the Southern Conference of FCS. First-year head coach Jake Dickert has the Deacs believing, has their fans believing, with ACC play just days away. And welcome, everybody, along with former Penn State Nittany Lion Reggie Walker. I'm Doug Sherman. So glad you're with us here for week number 2 of the ACC season. Wake Forest survived its first week game against Kennesaw State. 10-9 the final score. They won. It was a learning process. They've got plenty to work on still.
Really, really hard to win in college football, and head coach Jake Dickert knows that. The first thing he said is, one of the prettiest things you'll find is an ugly win. And I get it. I totally understand it. And every coach would like to go every week 1-0. The reality of the situation is this offense is going to have to play better under that man, Robbie Ashford, the quarterback. I thought he was pretty efficient throughout the game last week. He's got to do a better job pushing the ball down the field, getting this offense more explosive, and finishing those drives.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Catamounts, they will be without their preseason SoCon Offensive Player of the Year, preseason second-team All-American quarterback Teron Dickens. Not a lot of information from the school as to why, just, quote, unavailable for today's game. He is expected back for the start of league play, which is 2 weeks from today. And so that means, Reggie, other guys are going to have to step up.
And step up, they're going to have to, and it's this guy right here. It starts with Bennett Judy at the quarterback position. Played solid at times last week against Gardner-Webb. His toughness is something you'll see. He'll stand in there and take a shot to deliver the football. The redshirt sophomore from South Carolina going to have to be much more efficient and much more explosive leading this offense if they want to have success.
Kerwin Bell, the head coach from the team from Cullowhee, North Carolina, about 200 miles west of Winston-Salem. They put points on the board. They get up and down. In fact, in their week 1 loss to Gardner-Webb, they scored 45 points and still gave up 52. They did not finish the football game, Reggie. They took a big lead into the second half and into the fourth quarter and couldn't finish. Cramping was a big issue that they're going to have to address this week. And particularly in the secondary, which is something to keep an eye on, to your point, Doug, because I think Robbie Ashford and Coach Dickert and Coach Ezell, the offensive coordinator for Wake Forest, they're going to challenge that secondary throughout this football game, particularly vertically. I think that's something to keep an eye on, how those guys hold up in the back end. Western Carolina won the toss and deferred, so Wake will receive. Chris Barnes, the electric return man, awaits at about his own 1-yard line for the kick from Western Carolina. WCU is ranked 25th in the nation in FCS. They are good and a threat here this afternoon. Christian Lowry's kick taken on a hop, and here comes Barnes across the 20, finds a hole, stumbles across the 30. If not for his own fall there, that could have been a huge play to start the ball game.
Absolutely right, Doug, and that's a name, Chris Barnes, that you're going to hear an awful lot with this offense today. They want to get him upwards of 10 touches in this football game and see where the explosive plays happen off of that.
Yeah, Barnes is listed at 5'7", 168 pounds, but as his coach says, we choose dynamics over dimensions. He is electric in space. There's the quarterback, Robbie Ashford, 6'2", redshirt senior from Hoover, Alabama, just outside of Birmingham. He was a big recruit coming out of high school, number 168 in the 2020 ESPN 300. And his peripatetic path around college football has him here at Wake Forest. There is Barnes, dropped immediately for a loss on the play by Bo Simpson-Neely, the free safety from Altamont Springs, Florida.
Great job by Bo Simpson-Neely there. They were trying to get an opportunity to get Barnes on the edge and see if they can get him up the sideline. Plays through the receiver and makes a tackle in the backfield.
And if you're Wake, you're glad to see number 1 in black out there. Damon Claiborne, the electric running back, with his first touch, playing with bruised and injured ribs. He loses a yard thanks to Hayward McQueen closing strong for the linebacker position.
That is well done by McQueen. Does a nice job working down the line of scrimmage, getting the penetration. Watch him here. He's just working down the line of scrimmage, gets the penetration, works through and underneath the center, Devin Kalani, and makes the play in the backfield. That's well done. This defense starting off early, making plays behind the line of scrimmage.
First appearance for Ty Clark III in replacing Damon Claiborne for this 3rd down and long. Ashford with plenty of time. Surveys the field. Extends the play. Keeps it alive. Now he's going to run for the first down marker and get there. Out across the 43-yard line before Ken Moore brought him down. A 15-yard pickup.
Great coverage all across the back. Ashford surveying, nothing there. I love this right here. Comes back the other way, sees the space, and then gets upfield immediately. Plays physical, understands where the sticks are, gets there, picks up the first down, Doug. I think he's going to have to do that several times a game for this team. When stuff is not there, he's got to use his legs to make plays.
And that is why Western Carolina has at least one player spying him on every play. Those feet, the ability to make people miss. That time Ashford unable to pick up very much, maybe 2 yards before Bo Simpson Neely brought him to the turf. Well, the offensive line for the Deacs has a difference up front in that George Stye starting at left guard, replacing Clinton Richard, who suffered a broken foot week 1 and continued to play in the game actually, but he is out for the time being. Man in motion, Carlos Hernandez, one of many who followed from Washington State, their head coach. They get the football to Hernandez, and he's almost immediately dropped by Cameron Dabney.
And getting back to that offensive line, Doug, and you see George Sell there, big number 77, the right guard. Think about this. This is a group, this is their first year obviously playing together as a unit. 119 games between all of them with 57 starts. So this is an experienced group. They just have to gel together as the season goes on, and I think we'll see heavy improvement.
And 2 of the starters transferred in from Washington State. The center Devin Kalani with the snap back to Ashford over the middle. Pass is dropped by Micah Mays. They say incomplete. Hayward McQueen in coverage.
This is just trying to get a little bit of a crossing route right here to Micah Mays. And McQueen does a nice job. Shoulder pad in the middle of the back, dislodging the football.
So now a stoppage. You see James Tyers come out as the punt returner for the Cats, but the officials confer out of midfield. Going to have to put some time back on the clock because initially thought it was a complete pass, but with it being incomplete, going to have to adjust. Our referee today, Garrett Dickerson. And with the forecast, we are not surprised to hear that there has been lightning sighted 8 miles away, and so that is why both sides are heading back into the locker room just 3 minutes into the football game. So we are in a lightning delay here in Winston-Salem.
Yeah, this is always tough. You're 3 minutes into the game, trying to warm up. You get guys loose, the game gets started, then you have to go in. So just very difficult, something you can't totally prepare for. Even if you know it's a possibility, there's no plan for it in general, Doug.
And so Kerwin Bell, the veteran head coach, former All-SEC Player of the Year at the University of Florida. He was a great Gator, one of the all-time great Gators back in the 1980s. Will take his team back into the visiting locker room here at a Legacy Stadium and wait this thing out. Still no lightning here on site. Here no bad weather here on site. But there is lightning near enough that for precautionary reasons, we will take a break. Well, Wake Forest moved the football a little bit on its first drive, picked up a first down. But I tell you what we saw to that Western Carolina defense is encouraging. They were getting off the football field.
Getting off the football field. And the other thing I like is they were playing in the Wake Forest backfield defensively. A couple of negative plays created on the first 2 snaps. They make a nice play on what looked like a little bit of a kind of a rub or screen type of setup to Barnes. He's not able to turn the corner. Then they play in the backfield. This defense is energized. They feel comfortable. It seems like they feel like they can penetrate against this big physical offensive line.
Well, their defensive coordinator Jerry Odom has them believing. Another former Florida Gator. But we will take a break and come back when they are ready for football once again. Thanks for joining us here on ACC Network Extra. Back to Winston-Salem when the weather clears. after more than 2 hours in a weather delay, we welcome you back and give you a taste of what you missed here at a Legacy Stadium. After just a handful of plays, the skies would open up, lightning around, and then the fun would start.
The fun, literally it was. You could see all the kids having a good time. Some adults not forgetting about the beverages they wanted to enjoy. But this right here, the young ones making their way up and down the hill, I like that. But stay off the field, young guys. Stay off the field.
Yeah, we edited it so you didn't see the police going and talking to those young men afterward. But they were having fun and we're ready to go. Along with Reggie Walker, I'm Doug Shermer. We're so glad you stayed with us as we are just about set to resume this football game that had 6 snaps. Wake had the football first. Their entire drive offense was one scramble by their quarterback, Robbie Ashford, for 16 yards. And so the Western Carolina defense, Reggie, made the first stand. And after a more than 2-hour break, we'll see if there's any more of that type of feel going forward.
Absolutely. And I thought this Catamounts defense, you see Kerwin Bell right there. I thought this Catamounts defense started this game really well. Couple of plays made in the backfield, so creating negative plays really helped them force this Wake offense behind the chains on first downs.
James Tyre is leveled, the return man. No flags down. Ball comes to a rest at about the 12-yard line, covered by the Demon Deacons. And so now the Western Carolina offense, buckle up, they go fast.
You see Miles Turpin right there, number 22. He does an excellent job driving his man right into the return man right there. That's why there's no flag. That's friendly fire. Great job by Turpin, doing an excellent job right there, taking Jaden Cornelius into his own man.
And so Bennett Judy, the starting quarterback, a redshirt sophomore from Simpsonville, South Carolina, once again gets his second start in his young college career with Teron Dickens, the preseason SoCon Player of the Year, continuing to be unavailable, according to the university. Handles the low snap on the swing pass, finds Pat Boyd Jr., and he is swarmed over for a loss on the play. Gabe Kershke from his defensive end spot, and Aiden Hall came from linebacker for a loss of 1.
Great pursuit by Aiden Hall, playing that inside out. He's the one that forced the attempted cutback and made the play.
Up tempo for the Catamounts, looking for their first win of the year, ranked 25th in the nation this week in the FCS. Backward pass, going to throw it again. A little Catamounts trickeration, and into coverage. It's incomplete. Trying to find Dominic Dutton. James Tyre threw the football after having received it from the quarterback, Bennett Judy.
Trayvon West doing an excellent job staying home on that backside. Plays that route really, really well. Comes from the bottom of your screen. You'll see it to the right of your screen now. All of a sudden, he's right there. That's perfect. He's in phase. Not the greatest thrown football, but good defense right there by West.
That brings up 3rd down and 11. Judy with a clean pocket, finds a man over the middle. It's a first down out to the 30-yard line to Malik Knight. He had the signature play in a losing effort last week, his 69-yard touchdown. Here he's got his first catch of this week.
Yeah, just working against the zone. He just sits down between the linebacker and the safeties. Nice throw that time by Judy.
Judy hands it off on the sweep to Dutton. Takes a big shot at about the 32-yard line by Aiden Hall, the junior linebacker from Birmingham. It'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
Hall is really flowing to the football. Diagnosis really fast, and that's an example right there.
Boyd motions out of the backfield. Under pressure and going down is Bennett Judy. Swarmed under by Langston Hardy. The UConn transfer from Jacksonville with a big play defensively.
Yeah, just working off over on that defensive left side against, I believe that was Evan Carney at the tackle position. Just blows right past him with pure speed. Number 78, number 11. Langston Hardy gets the sack. That's a big play. Now all of a sudden this offense is behind the chains. How does Bennett Judy, the young quarterback, react?
3 receivers to the left. Judy gets rid of the football, airmails it, and it's incomplete. Off the hands of Nick Anderson, the terrific strong safety for Wake. Good pressure up front once again by Hardy off the edge.
Yeah, Hardy is showing us his whole bag. The previous play, it was speed off the edge. That time it was a straight bull rush, dominating the tackle, and creates a whole lot of havoc in that backfield. Anderson gets his hands up to tip that one away.
Stephen Brantley out to punt for the Catamounts. Carlos Hernandez, one of the handful of players who transferred along with their head coach Jake Dickert from Washington State to Wake Forest this year. The Deacs are 1-0. They won their opening game last week 10-9 over Kennesaw State. Get the punt away. Hernandez, the junior from Alhambra, California, takes it at the 20, makes a man miss, and gets taken down at about the 22-yard line. Good coverage by Hank Bodine. And the Cats will bring their offense back out onto the field right after this. Back in Winston-Salem, where first-year head coach Jake Dickert continues to try and put his imprint onto this program. And he brought with him a handful of players from Washington State, and most, if not all of them, Reggie, very impactful.
Yeah, we'll see really 6 of these 7 guys in this ball game throughout the day. Edmond, the one guy we won't see a lot of. We've already seen Barnes and Hernandez in this game touch the football. We'll see some more of that offensively for sure.
40% of the starting offensive line played for Washington State last year. On the swing past Chris Barnes, who is lightning in a bottle, runs out of bounds, chased out by Gino Junius Jr. Say that 3 times fast.
And Barnes is so fast. Watch him right here. He literally outruns the pursuit with his speed to the edge. Does an excellent job just outrunning everything. They're going to go so fast, they're not even going to let us explain and show you what happened there.
Well, the best news for Wake is that Damon Claiborne is back on the field. They fake the handoff to him. Robbie Ashford nowhere to go. He's wrapped up. Jordan Thompson is the one who blew that play up and finished off by Samori Dukes. That's a 9-yard loss on that play.
Yeah, really good pursuit that time. The physicality, you see it here. They go with the little play action there, trying to keep it with Ashford, and then the pursuit, just too much, too many guys. Samori Dukes, as you mentioned, excellent job coming up and finishing that play.
So 3rd down and 9 for the Deacs. Carlos Hernandez, the motion man. Robbie Ashford has all day, fires right sideline and overshoots Hernandez. That'll bring up 4th down and 9.
Yeah, throwing that football from the left hash to the right sideline on that out route. That's a long throw, and sometimes for some guys it can prove to be a little bit difficult, and that time it was just inaccurate by Ashford.
And so Cal Joseph, the punter, freshman from Melbourne, Australia, out for a second time, standing at about his 10-yard line. James Tyers set to receive at his own 36. Tyre had himself a big week 1 performance as a wide receiver. Redshirt sophomore from Sewanee, Georgia, with a fair catch. And Western Carolina's offense will take over at the 30-yard line. I like those old school looking helmets. The cats on one side, the number on the other. They've done that full time the last couple of years. Kerwin Bell has tapped into the history of this Catamounts program as he has revived this program by amping up the offense to unprecedented levels, Reggie, and with that has come winning.
Absolutely. And in addition to that, they've got some renovations going on at their home stadium as well. You can see the efforts going into creating and building a sustained winner there in Cullowhee.
Branson Adams, the 5th-year senior from Greensboro, North Carolina, now the running back out there alongside quarterback Bennett Judy. He gets the handoff, follows a lead block into the pile, stopped after about 3 yards. Where Kerwin Bell says, quote, "I'm a Steve Spurrier disciple." Bell, of course, was a great quarterback at Florida. He worked on staff under Steve Spurrier. And now 4 decades later, you can see signs of the old ball coach there in Cullowhee, North Carolina with his football program. And he has got a remarkable story that's been told over and over again. Walked onto the football team in Gainesville as Adams is stacked up. In 1983, he was the 8th string quarterback. A year later, he was the SEC Player of the Year.
That's amazing. And that is a testament to work ethic and then a coaching staff that allowed him to grow as a player and work his way up that depth chart. Both sides of that equation, very important to see that kind of story bear itself out.
3rd down and 5. Still plenty of time on the play clock.
Bunch formation at the top. Likely going to be some crossing or switch releases there.
Aiden Hall, the linebacker, showing pressure in the middle. He drops back on 3rd down. Judy throws a strike, but it's behind the intended receiver. Incomplete to Trey Walker, the true freshman from Houston, Georgia.
And that's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to run off with the front side receiver that was on the line of scrimmage, and then they tried to bring Walker back underneath on a little kind of drag route to sit down right near the 1st down marker. Great job by Wake defensively to recognize it, sit underneath that route, and force the inaccurate throw there by Bennett Judy.
So Hernandez back out to receive the punt from Brantley, the 3rd-year punter for Western Carolina. He punted 7 times last week for an average of 43 yards per punt. He drives Hernandez back to his own 10-yard line. Got a blocker headed towards the right sideline. Takes a big hit, but actually Hernandez delivered the biggest blow as Isaac McLennan gets the tackle, but he wound up on the ground. No score here in Winston-Salem between Wake Forest and Western Carolina. So Kerwin Bell was a 7th-round draft pick of the Miami Dolphins in 1988, but didn't make his NFL debut until 8 years later with the Colts as Jim Harbaugh's backup. And in his one opportunity to play in the NFL, he completed all 5 of his passes for 75 yards and a touchdown against the Eagles. And so because of that, Kerwin Bell, with a big smile on his face, says, you know, I'm in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And he's right. He has the career record for passer rating. Incomplete on the shot to Hernandez.
And that's the type of play, if you're Hernandez, you got to find a way to bring that in for your quarterback, Robbie Ashford. You need to start stretching these defenses out. That's an opportunity. Blown coverage down the middle of the field, and Hernandez can't bring it in. I want to make a point to your premise there, Doug, about Kerwin Bell. For the people at home, he has a perfect rating in that game, 158.3, not a 100, which people hear about the total QBR.
Robbie Ashford tries to find Claiborne out of the backfield. He is dumped by Dabney. Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame in Canton for 2 reasons. One, his excellent passing that day for the Colts, but he also, when he played in the World League of American Football, he was the first quarterback to wear a camera mounted on his helmet, and that also is at the Hall of Fame. So he is a 2-time Pro Football Hall of Famer.
How about Kerwin Bell? Just a pleasure to talk to as well.
No doubt.
Yeah, he is fun, and he loves coaching ball, as he says.
Claiborne stays in to pass protect. Sterling Burkhalter on the receiving end of the pass from Robbie Ashford. Hassan Sykes in coverage.
That's really well done that time by Robbie Ashford, getting his feet set and then driving through this football. Excellent blitz pickup by Damon Claiborne. We'll get into that throughout this game, but nice grab that time by Burkhalter. But the throw, I think, probably obviously most important there, but the touch and the poise to put that football where it needed to be. Well done by Ashford.
21 yards on the pass play to the 41-yard line of the Catamounts. On play action, Ashford standing tall, throwing for the end zone, has a man. It is incomplete. Jeremiah Melvin looked like he had a shot, but could not haul it in.
They got what they wanted. They got the one-on-one. Now, Ashford kind of hangs this ball up that allows the defensive back to get back into the play. That's Dukes again, gets back into the play. That ball kind of hung up a little bit, but you got to bring that in if you're Martin that time. Melvin, I should say.
Claiborne, the running back, is split wide to the right. Ashford going to run for it. Huge hole, and he's going to go all the way. Untouched to the house. A 41-yard touchdown has Wake Forest on the board. Well, anytime you send Claiborne wide right, he's going to take an awful lot of attention and eyeballs his way, and the doors just opened up for Ashford.
Well, that you mentioned Claiborne out to the right, then they bring Barnes across the formation number 10 in motion, so that freezes everybody. You get a nice block on the backside to take care of Dukes. There's no other help, because with Claiborne going out to the right side, that pulls a linebacker out of the box as well. Very nice design there by Coach Ezell in this offense, and they get a big-time touchdown.
Connor Calvert, the redshirt freshman from Bend, Oregon, another one of the Washington State transfers, boots it through the uprights. The PAT is good, 7-0. Demon Deacons. Well, the Deeks really struggled last week, especially after Damon Claiborne was sidelined after only 4 snaps with a rib injury. His presence puts everybody else on that field at ease, doesn't it, Reggie?
Yeah, absolutely it does. And then what else it does, because of that, defenses are stressed. And with him all the way out to the right side, beyond the numbers, you've got to move a linebacker or a big body safety type all the way out there with him to cover that. And then you bring Barnes across the formation. Now the backside is kind of naked defensively. And if you can make one guy miss or get the right guy blocked, they got Dukes blocked that time. And out the backside goes Robbie Ashford. Very well designed. And to your point about Claiborne, he draws attention. Barnes and that speed draws attention. When you have dirty eyes against this offense, when speed's going one way and you got the quarterback coming the other way, you're going to have a ton of problems if you have dirty eyes on a consistent basis defensively.
And with his feet, Robbie Ashford now has both Wake touchdowns this season. Jake Dickert, the first-year head coach, former Division III wide receiver at Wisconsin Stevens Point. Now Caleb Carlson will kick things off for Wake. Dominic Dutton, who is a dangerous return man. He was a sprinter out of high school at the University of South Carolina. He had 7 times where he made it to the podium as a freshman in the SEC. But that itch to play football continued, so he transferred to Old Dominion the last 3 years playing football for the Monarchs, and here he is with the return for the Catamounts, and he is drilled at the 13-yard line. In coverage, Frank Cassano, the excellent linebacker, making a big play on special teams.
Well, that's what you have to have. Cassano's a guy you'll see get a lot of snaps defensively. Now on special teams goes out and makes a play. Just guys that want to consistently contribute wherever the opportunities lie. That's a big play there by Cassano, backing this offense up inside its own 15-yard line.
Cassano is from Granite Bay, California. Sounds like they produce football players there. Granite Bay.
Definitely produce toughness when you talk about granite.
So Western Carolina takes over at its own 12-yard line. Judy rolls right, fires, finds a man open. It's Painter Richards Baker, the Dartmouth grad transfer who spent 4 years in the Ivy League. Now in the Southern Conference, it's a 17-yard pass play. Judy swings it out. Malik Knight dragged down at the 35-yard line by Lardarius Webb Jr.
Judy looks really comfortable right now. The previous throw to that play, he did an excellent job looking to the flat, but then throwing the curl route up the field. He's manipulating defenders with his eyes. He looks really comfortable.
2nd down and 4. Judy hands it off, and right there is Dallas Afalava. He has been a menace in the 2 weeks with Wake since transferring in from Idaho.
Afalava is just a ball of energy. Look at him come right up the field. For some reason, they didn't want to block him. That's the wrong guy to not block. First of all, 6'1", 291. He plays bigger than that. How do you miss that guy coming up the middle? And then he's going to swallow up any ball carrier in that backfield.
4-yard tackle for loss brings up 3rd down and 8. Judy hit as he gets rid of it. It's complete. But the line to gain is the 39. Unable to get out there on the receiving end is David Hulbert, one of the tight ends. And so that'll bring up 4th down.
Langston Hardy made them throw that ball sooner than they wanted to. A little bit of a stun up front. He came around on a loop from the outside, ended up coming right up the middle, right into Bennett Judy's chest, put some pressure on the quarterback, forced him to throw it a little bit sooner, and that's where you get short of the line to gain. Nice job with team defense right there by the Demon Deacons.
Out of East Surrey High School, Mountain, North Carolina, Stephen Brantley punts it away. Hernandez dancing at the 25-yard line. Terrific group coverage to bring him down after maybe a return of a yard. Hank Bodine once again making his name known on special teams coverage.
Right now, if you're this Wake offense, you got to feel confident. Not only did you get a score last time out, but you think about it, you almost essentially scored 3 times. If Hernandez makes the catch, that's probably a walk-in touchdown. Then you had the drop by Melvin in the end zone. That likely would have been a touchdown. That would have been a touchdown if he holds on. And then Ashford gets the big run. So offensively, they've got to feel really good and comfortable. They feel like they've just got to continue to execute.
They're glad to have number 1 back out there after missing most of week 1 with a rib cage injury. A bullet to Barnes, makes a man miss out across midfield, and finally tracked down at about the 47-yard line by Cameron Dabney.
Yeah, if Dabney doesn't get a piece of that jersey, the track meet is on, and Barnes is likely the guy that wins it. You see it right here. They're just one-on-one out here. Barnes just comes up, a little quick stop route, little hitch, and then right here, a little little hesitation, and if Dabney doesn't get a hold of him there, I don't know if they catch him from behind.
As it is, he picks up 25. Home run pass to the end zone again. It's incomplete, but the flag comes in, trying to find Sterling Burkhalter, but it's Sykes, the fastest member of this Western Carolina defense, who is flagged for the penalty.
I thought, from my vantage point, that looked pretty good defensively. We'll have to take another look, but I thought Sykes, he's in good phase here. He's in a trail technique. It's that left arm. The left arm right there, he wraps him on the way up, and that's where the penalty flag comes in. Everything else he did there was done the right way. That's good cornerback play, driving on the football, sees the route, running with the receiver. Everything was right, but then he got that left arm on him, and that impeded the receiver. That's where the penalty flag comes in.
So when you were at Penn State playing corner, if you got called for that play, what does Joe Pa say to you when you get back to the sideline?
He's probably telling me to stop being handsy, but he's telling me nice job. That's old school Big Ten, though. We probably got away with a little more back then.
Okay. First down and 10. Ashford gives. Claiborne bounces it outside. He's got room to run down the sideline, and they won't catch him. Wow! The electric running of Damon Claiborne. It's a 33-yard touchdown run. Well, this man was measured at 22.6 miles an hour last year on a 100-yard kick return against Miami. I think we saw a taste of that right there down the sideline.
Look at the vision to bounce it to the outside, and then up number 7 at the top of the screen, Micah Mays Jr. That is a big-time block by a wide receiver. Coaches always say if you want to be great in the running game, you have to have wide receivers that are willing to block.
Two-point conversion fails. Let's take another look at the touchdown.
Look at Claiborne. See his vision to bounce. Now watch to the left of your screen. Look at that block. Might have been a little bit of a hold by Micah Mays Jr., the wide receiver, number 7. He allows Claiborne to get the full corner here. Watch it again. It'll come on your left side of your screen. Look at that block by the wide receiver. Claiborne has nobody to touch him going up that sideline. That's well executed. Great vision by Damon Claiborne. That's the key to that play. He's got the vision to realize it's going to bounce all the way to the backside for him. And then as he turns the corner, he gets a big block from his wide receiver, springs him for a touchdown.
Well, he practiced Thursday and Friday, actually had a little contact in practice yesterday. It's all about his pain tolerance after having landed on the football while being tackled to the turf week 1. And keep in mind, back in June, ESPN's Jordan Reed ranked Damon Claiborne as the 3rd best running back heading into next year's NFL draft.
Look, he's got every tool in the toolbox. And the thing that I love about him and talking to him is he also enjoys pass protecting. He likes to be that guy that'll stick his body in there and make a big block and pick up a blitz like we saw him do earlier and help his team get a big opportunity to create a big play. So he's the total package as a running back, regardless of if somebody might question some of his size.
Dutton lets it fly over his head for a touchback. And the Catamounts down 13-0, bring the offense back onto the field just under 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Well, historically, Western Carolina has never beaten an ACC opponent. They gave North Carolina State a game last year, took them right into the 4th quarter before falling. But this is not the recipe, falling down by 2 touchdowns in the first quarter on the road here at Wake Forest.
Absolutely correct. You don't want to get behind this team because, listen, regardless of what we saw last week, there's a lot of talent in this defensive front. And now if they can just tee off and go get the quarterback, all of a sudden they can pile up some numbers really fast defensively.
At the same time, this Western Carolina offense can be explosive. Under duress, though, he's intercepted. The big takeaway by Zamari Stevenson. It is all Wake Forest here in the first quarter in Winston-Salem.
Great job by Stevenson. They get the pressure that sets this up. This is the first time we've seen Bennett Judy really panic. Watch the pressure. There's a bad snap. He's struggling. There's several defenders in his face, and he's just trying to get rid of it. And as he gets rid of it, there's nothing on it in terms of velocity. Throws it right into the chest of Zamari Stevenson.
Abirgaba and Williams were the two bringing pressure. Number 18 you see there is the fifth-year Deke, B.J. Williams from Johnston, South Carolina. So they helped force the turnover, and now the Demon Deacons trying to put their foot on the throat of the Catamounts.
That's where Judy's got to lean on that toughness and just take the sack there. Don't throw it into no man's land.
Ashford gives to Claiborne. He's got a huge hole. Inside the 10. It's touchdown number 2 on the day for number 1 in black. A 27-yard sprint to make it 19-0 Wake Forest. And out in front with the lead block, the center, Devin Kalani, opening up space.
Yeah, Devin Kalani does a nice job, and George Stye as well. The left guard and the center come around on that outside. Damon Claiborne just follows those guys off that left side. Nobody touches them, and it's a walk-in touchdown. Great vision, but excellent patience, most importantly, by Claiborne to let that thing set itself up.
Well, back in Alet, Virginia, they are celebrating the hometown boy. He and his 4 brothers, including his twin, Damian. Going for 2. They've got the direct snap set to Claiborne. Now he flips, and they're going to pass. Ashford throws to the end zone, and it's incomplete. Terrific coverage by Dabney to break that play up.
Ashford may have missed a read there. I thought he could have gone to the outside and got it there, but you see Claiborne here. Look at him. You see how he just gets his hand in the back of Devin Kalani and puts him right where he needs him to be for that block. And then it's a foot race, and as you mentioned, that 22+ mile-an-hour speed, not catching Damon Claiborne from behind.
Well, I tell you what, in our conversation with Damon before the game, he readily acknowledged he's no longer the fastest guy on this team.
Yeah, I couldn't believe you got that out of him. Most of these guys do not want to admit that there's someone faster, but he was very quick in accepting that, Doug. He very quickly said, oh, no, it's not me. I'm not the guy. It's Rushan. He's the guy. He measured and recorded faster than I did this summer. So very rare do you get a guy saying someone's faster. He was very, very honest about it.
Yeah, Rushan Tung has that title now as the fastest Deke, according to the GPS, over the summer. 19-0 Wake Forest. Carlson's kick, end over end, heading toward the end zone, and once again it's a touchback.
By the way, Doug, they're using GPS now. Like back in my day, we just had 40 times. These guys, they're using car speeds and miles per hour and all these things now.
I'd have been measured by a sundial. All right, so now to Bennett Judy, and the Catamounts have an answer again. He is making just his 2nd collegiate start. Last week against Gardner-Webb, completed 15 of 27 passes for 151 yards, couple of touchdowns, and 1 INT. But he is the 2nd-string QB behind Teron Dickens, who remains, quote, unavailable for unspecified reasons. And that is a huge loss for the Catamounts. The preseason Conference Player of the Year, preseason 2nd-team All-American. He is the guy that makes this Western Carolina offense go.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, this Catamounts offense, you get the turnover. You see Kerwin Bell right there, obviously not happy. All of a sudden, they look out of sync. They look, you know, Bennett Judy starting to look like maybe he's a little bit uncomfortable. Through the interception, obviously didn't help, but the pressure started to ratchet up last drive.
That penalty on the right tackle, Evan Carney. So 1st down and 15. Tire motion left into single coverage. Pass perhaps just a bit behind the intended receiver, Richards Baker. Couldn't haul it in. Ashad Williams was with him step for step.
Yeah, that was really good coverage once again. They're playing really tight man-to-man coverage. A little bit of bump and run, not overly physical, but certainly the presence being felt by this secondary.
And once again, B.J. Williams providing a little bit of heat on the quarterback coming from his defensive end spot. 2nd down and 15. Into double coverage, incomplete. Somebody got a hand on it. Devon Patterson, the star, able to make the pass deflection, which was intended for Dutton.
Yeah, they're just in a little bit of a zone, and they're trying to get the throw in between defenders, but Patterson closes that space, gets that left hand out there and knocks that one away.
Yeah, Coach Dickert says Patterson, quote, is a flat pro. He's been playing in the NFL for years. Judy in duress again. He goes down at the 5-yard line, and once again, this time it's Jaden Loving, the redshirt senior from Hamilton, Alabama, with the sack. 14-yard loss on the play.
Yeah, Loving starts to work to his right and then makes a move back to his left and just beats Evan Carney to the outside and blows this play up. That's well done. Nice job recognizing the quarterback was working the other direction, comes off of the rush one way, retraces his steps, and makes a play.
Well, the defensive coordinator, Scotty Hazelton, told us yesterday everybody on the Deacs depth chart up front is going to play, and we see continually backups making plays. Loving and Williams have put their imprint on the first quarter for Wake. Going to back them up half the distance to the goal line. That'll make it a little tougher for Stephen Brantley, the punter, to get rid of the football.
He was already standing on the back end line. Not sure if he can move any further. Makes it really, really tough. I think they may come after this punt here.
Hernandez back to receive at about the 45-yard line. It's a bad punt that lands at about the 35-yard line. Hernandez stays away from it. It's touched at the 40-yard line, and once again the Deacs, after Trey Walker covered it, will have excellent field position.
And right now, if you're the Catamounts, the conversation is you have to, absolutely must, get a stop here and not allow points. At the very least, you give up a field goal. You cannot afford to go down 4 scores against this offense.
Well, the last 2 times they've had the football, it has been lightning quick. Two plays, 73 yards in 43 seconds, and then a 1-play 27-yard drive on the touchdown run by Claiborne. They give it back to him running right, and he's going to be dropped for a loss. Way to string that out by Hayward McQueen and Samari Dukes. Dukes lost his helmet, so he's going to have to go to the sideline for a play.
Great job. Good angle that time by Dukes, making sure they couldn't get to the outside. He does a nice job essentially setting the edge. They're trying to do it there. Doesn't quite get short up, but between Dukes and McQueen, they kind of set that edge, and they're able to make that play in the backfield.
Ashford with all day to throw the football, trying to find Hernandez, who could not haul it in. Not sure if he lost his footing or what the deal was there.
I think Ashford tried to throw that ball to a specific spot as opposed to leading him, because there's a defender coming across. So I think Ashford wanted him to sit down in that spot in the middle of that zone so that he didn't have to try to work around the defender, or he was going to need to wait a little bit longer to throw it more toward the sideline to clear that defender. Understand the read there by Ashford, just unable to connect there.
Here comes pressure up the middle. It's picked up. Affords Ashford all day, and he airmails another throw. Trying to find Chris Barnes. Hassan Sykes, Xavion Wells in the area. And so that'll bring up 4th down and long. The Catamounts defense able to get off the field for the 2nd time here in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's a big stop by the Catamounts defense, because, as I mentioned, already in a tough spot, down 3 scores. You don't want to let this offense get another one before you're able to get something on the board and really put yourself very far behind on that scoreboard. So still a 3-possession game, plenty of time. Nice stop that time.
Just over a minute remaining in the first quarter as Cal Joseph's punt is fielded inside the 5-yard line. A long field ahead for the Catamounts.
Tyre's got to be more aware in that situation.
Our Week 2 ACC Network football lineup continues this afternoon with 8th-ranked Clemson hosting Troy at 3:30 Eastern time, so they're well underway, and they'll cap the night with Vandy and Virginia Tech and Blacksburg tonight at 8 o'clock. Both games also available on the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere.
You saw Kerwin Bell that time talking to Tyre. he's telling him, you cannot fair catch that football at the 3-yard line. If you're inside the 10, you got to let it bounce and hope it goes in the end zone. Cannot make a fair catch and back us up like that.
Kamari Reed in for the first time, the running back, and he has nowhere to go. Hit it about the 1-yard line. That's where they will mark his forward progress. But a tremendous job by the big guys up front. Zach Lohovichin.
Yeah, the big guy Lohovichin just blows that whole thing up. 5th-year guy out of Charlotte Providence State High School. Chad Greer has done a phenomenal job with that program there. They just roll out good football players year after year.
Lost a 2 on the play. Bad snap. It's going to go out of the back of the end zone for a safety. So the 2 points they lost on the failed conversion, they get back on the safety to make it 21-0 with less than 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
And Doug, this again goes back to not to put it on one guy, but as you see the snap there, just gets out of control from Zach Watson, and Bennett Judy can't get to it before it goes out of bounds. He's dealing with Lohovichin, and right over the top of him Watson was in terms of that defensive nose guard. That might have been a factor there, but this goes all the way back, as I mentioned, to fair catching a punt inside the 5-yard line. James Tyre, listen, great player, great young kid. Don't want to pile it up on him, but I guarantee you that's something they coach, and then it's something from an awareness standpoint that players have to remember. You cannot fair catch the football inside the 5-yard line.
Bennett Judy making his second career start at quarterback. Has to take a deep breath, got his teammates around him. But the ball will be given back to Wake Forest after the safety. Christian Lowry will kick it off. Chris Barnes is back deep. Once again, the Demon Deacons should get the football with tremendous field position. Ball teed up on the 20-yard line after the safety. Barnes. And no return. Barnes is looking around saying, what, did somebody give the T signal? Let's find out. Or was his knee down as he caught it? That's one of the points of emphasis this year, making sure that nobody on the receiving team can make that T signal. Otherwise, it's a fair catch. Doesn't have to be the guy receiving the ball. Anybody on the receiving team does it. And so that's a missed opportunity. I mean, that is not a penalty, but that just cost you at least 20 yards and probably more.
Absolutely. Anytime you got a chance to get Barnes the football in space, the last thing you want to do is fair catch it. You want to give him an opportunity to get those legs moving, get that vision going, and let that speed show itself.
Chris Barnes had a limited role last fall for Jake Dickert at Washington State. Here at Wake Forest this year, as a redshirt freshman, he is one of their featured performers. Burkhalter motions to the left. Toss sweep. Here comes Claiborne. Makes a man miss, and he's again got a lot of green out in front. Coming over from the other side of the field to stop what could have been a long play once again. Ed Jones the fourth with a huge play to break that up, but a huge gainer for 34 yards.
Yeah, Claiborne just working off the pitch to the right side. Makes one man miss in space. Breaks the tackle from Xavion Wells, and up the sideline he goes. Got a nice block that time from Chris Barnes up the sideline also. That sprung that for another probably 5 or 10 yards.
Ty Clark III, the sophomore running back from Nashville, back into the game. And with 5 seconds to go in the quarter, looks like the Deacs are happy to let it wind down. And despite a 2-hour-plus weather delay, it has not hampered the home team here at a Legacy Stadium. Wake Forest off to a high-flying start, takes a 21-0 lead into the second quarter over the Caps. Head to the second quarter with Wake Forest on top 21-0. Along with Reggie Walker, I'm Doug Sherman here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And one of the things you were talking about this week as we got ready for the game, Reggie, was about the progression of Robbie Ashford at quarterback for Wake Forest. You know, he's played at 4 different schools, and he hasn't played heavy minutes in 2 years. And how do you see him right now? One of the things you were talking about, instinctive versus thinking.
Yeah, he looks really confident, and it seems as if he's seeing it really well and just reacting. The big run we saw early in the first quarter on that first drive was an indication, and then throwing the deep balls down the field. We've seen him take several shots, and they've all been really accurate so far in this game.
And again, he was 5 years ago a top 200 national recruit. And he just threw an interception into the arms of Cameron Dabney.
Cameron Dabney just gave you the 5th-year senior veteran baiting a throw. He saw that situation. You get a post route with a wheel route up the sideline behind it. He knew what was coming. Watch him there at the top of the screen on the right-hand side. See, his guy is running a post route. He knows the wheel route's coming. He's waiting for that throw to the wheel the entire time. Excellent read, and Ashford knows it. He knows that he shouldn't have stared that ball down. He's got to give that a little bit longer to clear, make that guy make a decision defensively, and then drive the ball to the other spot. He got rid of that one a little bit too quick, got a little greedy, and the interception's there.
And Dabney, who everybody in Western Carolina knows as Shad, with a big takeaway. And so now can the offense, with Pat Boyd Jr. running the football, make some hay? Dylan Hazen in on the stop.
Now the positive, if you're Wake, is the way your defense has been playing in this game. You've got a Catamounts offense backed up and struggling to deal with some of the pressure packages they're getting up front. So you got to feel pretty good field position wise that you can get it back for your offense.
Bennett Judy looking left, now on the crossing route, has a man. Good hands by James Tyre to haul that in. It's a first down for Western Carolina. Ashad Williams, the transfer from North Alabama, able to make the tackle after a 14-yard gain.
This is a good job by Tyre. He's all the way inside to the left there. Just comes up, just a little crossing route, working against number 21 that time, Aiden Hall, and picks up the first down.
Well, this is a Western Carolina wide receivers room missing a number of key pieces. Judy avoids the sack, being aided all the way down the field by big Ilya Krinovich. The redshirt senior transfer from Boston College used every bit of his 6'8", 340 pounds to say, young man, follow me.
Yeah, not only young man, follow me, but I'm going to pull you. I'm going to physically bring you to where you need to go. Watch him here. Nope. Don't let him grab you. Nope. Go this way. That big guy was also a volleyball player and kickboxer growing up. I want no part of Krinovich.
Who said in Serbia volleyball is, quote, not a girly sport, so he was happy to play. Nowhere to run in the middle as Mateen Beardba makes the stop. There is Ilya. Played in only 10 games over 4 years at Boston College. He says that the kickboxing and the volleyball aided him. Of course, he didn't play football as a kid like he would if he had been in the States, but it is an opportunity for him to take out some of his aggressive nature on the gridiron. Wanted to get more playing time, so transferred down to the FCS level to one of the better programs where he can be a regular in the rotation on that offensive line.
And kickboxing also can help you with things like flexibility and being limber, something you need as an offensive lineman.
Trips to the right on 3rd down and 3. Judy looking that way, has a man, and once again it's Tyre. Did he get to the line to gain? It's going to be close. Ashad Williams made the tackle.
I thought he got a really good spot there for 4th and short. He got a very fortunate spot, in my opinion.
And they are going to go for it, down 21-0. And so the ruling on the field is under review.
Yeah, I think they're going to look at where this ball was spotted, because again, I thought he was well short of the first down.
While Kerwin Bell contemplates, we'll take a break. His team down by 3 touchdowns. Back in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the rain has come and gone, and the officials on review say this spot will stand, Reggie.
Yeah, you see it at the top of the screen. You see Tyre here makes the catch, and then if he just stays upfield, I think he picks up the first down. He tries to spin out of the tackle from Ashad Williams, kind of gives up some yardage and ends up short of the first down.
So on 4th and less than a yard, down 21, Western's going to go for it. Keep it on the ground. Contact behind the line of scrimmage, but forward progress after Devon Patterson couldn't fully wrap up. Looks like it's going to be a first down. Kamari Reed, one of their bigger backs at 5'11", 200 pounds, had a couple of touchdowns week 1 against Gardner-Webb. Is their short yardage guy, and Reggie got just enough in that short yardage situation.
Yeah, Reed's a guy they want to play a little bit more. As you mentioned, didn't play last season, sat out, and he's the bigger back, short yardage kind of situations, but they feel like they can play him in regular offense situations as well. They want to make him a heavier part of this rotation. They like what he can bring. We got a little big man jog here by the Wake defensive front on the substitution, because that costs the offense in terms of the play clock.
Afalava and Loavichin were the ones to come off.
Doug, this is something to keep an eye on with teams that go fast. When they do substitute, there's a time period that the officials give the defense to decide if they want to match. A lot of defensive coaches, I'm not sure what the case is here in terms of the way it's communicated, but a lot of defensive coaches, they wait till the last possible second, then they decide to substitute, and then the big guys are taught something specific. It's called the big man job. Take your time, and if you're the big guy on the field, until you just look at the ball, look down, until the other defensive lineman that's replacing you comes and pats you on the hip, you pretend that you don't know what's going on, and then you have to get off the field, and they have to give you time to do that. And the key to all of that is the play clock continues to run, and it's on the offense because they chose to substitute. So always something to keep an eye on with substitution patterns for offenses that play with tempo.
Braden Blackman, the tight end, in motion. Under pressure, the screen pass to Tyre. That's a first down. Nicely designed, nicely executed from Tyre, or Judy to Tyre, for another first down.
And Tyre looks uncomfortable, to say the least. He's going to come out of the game grabbing his right sort of midsection there. So they have to substitute him out. But that was a great play by Aiden Hall to come back and make that tackle.
Marcus Striggles replaces him. Last week, cramping was a huge problem for the Catamounts, especially for their defense. Quick strike, maybe a 3-yard gain to Malik Knight. Devon Patterson, the star, an excellent defender for Wake Forest, didn't allow for that to go any farther.
To that cramping point you just made, the one thing that may help is the fact that we did have the weather roll through. Temperature dropped a little bit, not quite as deep in terms of the humidity, might be helpful for some of these guys.
Kamari Reed drilled at the 40-yard line, a form tackle by the tackling machine Nick Anderson, who was the 7th leading tackler in the country last year at over 10 per game, and among FBS players last year he was 4th most. He is incredible all over the field.
I could watch this guy play football all day, every day, and twice on Saturday. Old school kind of vibes, got the shirt tucked underneath the shoulder pads, got the stomach out, and he runs sideline to sideline making plays.
And he's been around Deektown for what seems like forever. Setting up the screen. Kamari Reed makes a man miss, and it's another first down for Western Carolina. Anderson, along with Tongue, able to close and bring him down.
Perfect call against the perfect defense. They bring a blitz off the offense's left side with Devon Patterson. They throw a screen to the right side, and they're able to hit it and pick up a first down.
Keep in mind, this Western Carolina offense is about as prolific as any in the country year after year under Kerwin Bell. Keep it on the ground. Once again, it's Reed, bounces it outside, gets inside the 20-yard line. So inside the red zone, it'll bring up 2nd down and 5, and a flag comes out late after the whistles were being blown.
And that's one where you just can't allow that defensively. You got to be smart. Hear the whistle, play through the whistle, but not beyond the whistle. That time going to cost them an automatic first down and 15 yards.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 43. The penalty will be half the distance to the goal. First down.
See right here, Frank Cassano, he's got him. He's wrapped up, whistle's blowing. And then also you see number 20 there, Ladarius Webb trying to rip the football out. A little extra there, and there's the 15-yard penalty. Well, actually half the distance, I should say, about a 13.5-yard penalty there.
Judy hit while he throws inside the 10-yard line. A short gain on the hookup to Marcus Striggles, the sophomore from Fort Lauderdale. Webb was with him stride for stride.
Striggles is another one of those guys, not the biggest, but dangerous with the football in his hands.
5'9", 180 pounds, just a sophomore out of Dillard High School in South Florida. This is a Western Carolina offense that scored 45 points last week in defeat. Hand it off. Reed able to find the hole, but it closed quickly thanks to Cassano. Picks up another tackle. There are playmakers all over this Wake Forest defense, Reggie.
Yeah, there really are. These guys do an excellent job of diagnosing what's happening, and then they flow to the football really well, under control. You rarely see guys over pursue or run past the ball carrier, and then they finish when they get to the ball carrier.
Judy tries to step up, and he's swarmed by 4 Demon Deeks. A flag comes in at the end.
B.J. Williams was the first on the scene. You wonder if there's either a face mask, I should say here, or a hold. It could go either way.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 94. The penalty will be half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down. Player number 17 for Western Carolina may stay in the game.
So that's Loavichin.
Yeah, you see it right here. Watch the right hand right there, and the helmet comes off. So that's the face mask, but now Judy gets to stay in the game because the helmet came off as a result of the infraction. Although I'll say it's not really the face mask. He kind of pulls underneath sort of where the ear flap would be, but he certainly ended up ripping the helmet off there. So that's where the penalty comes in.
Western Carolina offensive coordinator Rylan Wells said, quote, "It's going to be hard to find someone tougher than Bennett Judy." Same kind of style in terms of toughness he equated to Ben Roethlisberger. Stands in, completes the pass. No, it's incomplete. Comes bouncing back. Looked like Kamari Reed had it, but never had it. It bounced away. Patterson among those in coverage.
The ruling on the field was an incomplete pass.
Yeah, Reed never a chance really to bring that one in and put it away. He got absolutely drilled. See right there, he's trying to bring it in and gets sort of submarine there. That was Trevon West, who's made a couple of big hits in this game.
Yeah, West was low. Patterson was high to finish him off. Second down and goal. Reed met once again just inside the 5-yard line at about the line of scrimmage.
Doug, this is critical here because one of the things Kerwin Bell talked about was finishing. He felt like they didn't finish the game last week, had the big lead, lost it against Gardner-Webb. He said, but not only finishing the game, finishing drives. Felt like there were some situations in the second half where they didn't finish drives and get points on the board. This is another one of those opportunities to get better at finishing a drive down inside the 5.
Judy to Reed, and again nowhere to run. The first man to get there to bust the play, Dylan Hazen.
Dylan Hazen is one of those guys when I watch him on tape, I talk about detonating. And what I mean is how quickly does the information of what's happening in front of you go from your brain to your body moving. He does a really good job of that. He's very quick in terms of his reaction to what's happening. And then he finishes the play right there, forcing a field goal attempt for the Catamounts.
And that is Christian Lowry, the Cincinnati transfer, who over the last couple of years, 13 of 18 in field goal attempts for Western Carolina. A 23-yard field goal, and he is down, holding his leg after getting his Western Carolina University Catamounts on the board for the first time here today in Winston-Salem. Back at a Legacy Stadium, we take another look at what happened on that field goal.
Yeah, you see right here to the left of your screen, Krajinovic, he just kind of tosses Mateen Abirgba out of the way, he thinks, and it ends up going right into the kicking leg of Christian Lowry, number 96. So now, instead of Lowry being out there, it'll be Brantley to kick off here.
Stephen Brantley, the starting punter, able to kick it to the end zone. Barnes is going to take a knee. Yeah, he's throwing around 300-pound men. When you're 340, you can throw around a 300-pounder. Back right after this. women's sports take over the afternoon every Sunday on ACC Network and the all-new ESPN app. This week we start at noon Eastern with the top field hockey matchup on the schedule. #1 Northwestern squares off against #8 Boston College. And then third-ranked Duke hosts Alabama in women's soccer. Should be a great afternoon on ACC Network. With Reggie Walker, I'm Doug Sherman back in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The offense for Wake Forest back onto the field looking to add to its 21-3 lead, and Barnes is off to the races. Inside the 30-yard line, will they catch him? Finally forced out of bounds inside the 10. Hassan Sykes with the touchdown saving tackle. Eni Falai, the tight end, with the big block to spring this big play.
Yeah, you called it. Eni Falai. Look at him right there. He gets a piece of two guys, and then it becomes a foot race for Barnes. Great job by Hassan Sykes, number 12, coming from the backside, understanding the pursuit drill. He immediately runs to the pylon from the other side of the field, and he's the one that's able to get Barnes out of bounds.
It's a 58-yard strike. They marked him out of bounds at the 12-yard line. Claiborne trying to make a man miss, and how about the ability to hang on for dear life by number 24, Xavion Wells.
That's a great open field in space tackle by Xavion Wells. That's really well done against a guy like Claiborne who can make you miss in a phone booth. Great job there defensively getting him on the ground. That does not happen very often.
Claiborne, 5'10", 195, a senior from Aylett, Virginia, out of King William High School, is electric. Already has a couple of touchdowns here today. Throwing the football this time, and once again he cannot elude the grasp of a defender. This time it's the defensive tackle Jaleel Anderson with a tackle.
Yeah, Jaleel Anderson, all 320 pounds, showing the range and the ability to move out of Statesboro, Georgia, Alcorn State transfer. That's a nice play there by the big guy out in space. Ball not perfectly accurate there, but well done by Anderson.
So now Robbie Ashford has third down and 14 yards to go. Swing it right side. Claiborne. This time no one's there to stop him, and he walks into the end zone. Got a flag down back at about the 14-yard line. We'll see if it stands.
Yeah, I think they got Carlos Hernandez, number 8, the wide receiver, on the hold here.
Holding. Offense, number 8, 10-yard penalty, third down.
So the Deacs continue to go backwards.
Yeah, you can see it at the bottom of the screen here as he tries to turn the corner right there on the right. Look at that right hand. That is a whole bunch of shoulder pad and jersey trying to disengage, unable to do it right in front of the official. That's an easy call.
Ken Moore Jr. could not extract himself from the hold of Carlos Hernandez. So now it's 3rd and a mile. The line to gain is the 2-yard line. Claiborne flanking Ashford. Handed to Claiborne, follows his block. Another flag behind the play. Kalani was the lead blocker.
Holding. Offense, number 73, 10-yard penalty, remains third down.
So that's George Stye with the penalty.
Yeah, you see George Stye top of the screen right there. He's working against number 45, Sean Morris. Just gets those hands in the wrong spot, and that's a call there. They're looking at that. They're going to make that call. Now, Stye's a whole different story. A guy that kind of was the 6th.
The penalty was going to be declined, 4th down.
So they changed it and declined the penalty. Stye was kind of the 6th offensive lineman, had the injury last week. Now he's in there at that left guard spot. Very smart guy. He can play all 5 offensive line positions. Very versatile that time. Just got his hands caught in the proverbial cookie jar.
And Reggie, they say he could even play a 6th position, tight end.
Yeah, that's right. They thought about moving him there potentially as well.
So Connor Calvert will come out. Had a 22-yard field goal last week. This would be his longest. He had a 54-yard attempt blocked last week. This would be a 39-yard attempt.
Not quite sure what the stoppage is for here. Is it a situation where now they want to accept the penalty? Or was it a spot issue? It was a spot issue.
After discussion, the end of the previous play was at the 18-yard line, 4th down.
So that's good news for the Deeks. Gets them a little closer to the goalposts. So it'll be a 35-yard attempt. Out of the hold of Sawyer Racanelli, one of the reserve wide receivers, as the Deeks like to have their receivers, good hands, good athletes, be their holders for place kicking. Calvert miskicked it and left it short. Looked like his timing was off.
It did. It looked like his approach, something wasn't right. I don't know if maybe he slipped or got underneath it. We'll see it here. Yeah, he's leaving a little bit early, and then he if you're a golfer, he kind of gets a divot there, gets kind of underneath it, gets a little bit more of the ground, but it seemed like he maybe was leaning and left slightly early, which can throw off the timing for a kicker.
32 teams, 16 matches, 2 conferences collide. The ACC-SEC Showdown begins Tuesday.
Catch it all on ESPN, ESPN2, the SEC Network, ACC Network, as well as SECN Plus and ACCNX. Pass intended for Tyre. It's an incompletion for Bennett Judy. Zamari Stevenson was right there with Tyre.
And Tyre is just not right. We saw it earlier in the game. He was grabbing that right side, and that time he's favoring it again. Not sure exactly what's going on with him, but clearly not comfortable, not feeling 100%.
And that's a position they can't afford to continue to lose guys. They're without Jai Boyd because of a leg injury, along with all-conference receiver A.J. Colombo with a knee, and then Jalen Terzado is out with a shoulder injury suffered in camp. Tyre has stepped up beautifully through the first 2 weeks, but he needs to be on the field. Big deflection. Loavichin with it, and so that'll bring up 3rd down. I tell you what, this Western Carolina offense, Reggie, first 6 drives, they had 17 plays for a total of 20 yards. On their last drive, 17 plays, 74 yards. They got the 3 points out of it. But right here, they're going back to what the first 6 drives were of struggling to move the football against the Deeks defense.
Yeah, they're having trouble. That last drive, they were pretty good offensive line-wise, starting to have trouble with pressure and allowing penetration right now.
Bennett Judy. Another pass deflected into the air, and it falls to the turf. And once again, it's the 6'3" redshirt senior from Charlotte, Zach Loavichin.
Yeah, that's an excellent play. Gets his hands up again. Really well done by the defensive lineman. This is a guy that plays nose guard. Look at him, kind of works. They got a little ET stunt going on. He ends up looping all the way to the outside, gets his hand up, and then can't quite get there to pick that ball off.
And he's your classic glue guy. Lojas, they call him, a 5th-year Deke, 2nd-year starter. He was a walk-on and has just played his way into a key role. He was their defensive player of the week, week 1. Very nearly blocked on the punt. Hernandez going to let it bounce, and it takes a big catamounts bounce, and it'll go out of bounds at the 18-yard line to flip the field. Nicely done on that punt.
That's a great job by the punter, and sometimes that's what you need. You have to just play field position until you can create something. I want to get back to the point you made about those wide receivers for Western Carolina. When you talk about Boyd and Colombo, that's 80 catches that were a part of this offense last season that they don't have. And then you mentioned Terzado, who was a guy that was at another program last year and had a solid year there as well. So you're talking upwards of 100 receptions there. And then on this side, on the other side of things, Coach Ezel right there, the offensive coordinator, great guy to talk to. He's an old school ball coach. Like, he's just, he dials up plays probably in his sleep. And he's got this offense playing much better and more clean, taking more shots deep than last week.
On to a 3rd running back, Jamario Clements in there. Quick strike over the middle out to the 35-yard line. And once again, it's Chris Barnes on the receiving end. Yeah, the offense by Rob Ezel. He played at Alabama. He was a walk-on for Nick Saban. And then he was on staff with Coach Saban for another 5 years. He was part of the 2009 national championship team. And I found it interesting in our talk yesterday. He sounds like a ball coach.
Yes.
He sounds like somebody who knows what he's talking about. And he's from the same hometown as Phillip Rivers. And they talk frequently. They talk football. It's just a bevy of minds he's able to tap into. On the rollout, Barnes again makes the catch. And you've noticed on tape, Ashford's better on the rollout and is just as accurate throwing the football on the move.
He is really good when he's on the move throwing the football. Like you mentioned, I think he's just as accurate, maybe slightly better when he's moving. I think that's the athleticism, and Coach Ezel drawing up ball plays certainly doesn't hurt.
17 yards on the pass play out across midfield into Western Carolina territory. Clemens emptied the backfield. Ashford can't cover it. Ball still free, and it looks like the Catamounts have it. Indeed they do. Justin Wallace from the defensive end able to cover that bad snap.
And that's just unfortunate. That's all it is that snap. Just Kalani just gets too much heat on that thing and gets it up high, and Ashford's unable to handle it. Then right here, you got to just go dive on the football. That thing starts bouncing crazy, and he just kind of can't get there and get on top of the football. Big time play there, and there's Justin Wallace, the beneficiary, getting in that backfield, getting the football.
Yeah, and a huge takeaway for the Cats. Let's see if they can take advantage with 2:01 remaining in the second quarter for head coach Kerwin Bell, who spent 9 years as head coach at Jacksonville University at the FCS level, then 3 years at Valdosta State in southern Georgia, where he won a Division II national title back in 2018. Now in his 5th year at Western Carolina with a long-term deal. Swing it out to the running back, Pat Boyd. Makes the first man miss, but good pursuit. Coming from the weak side out of the linebacker position is Aiden Hall.
We've reached the 2-minute timeout.
We've reached the 2-minute timeout, so we'll take a break. Western Carolina on the move with the football. And again, Western Carolina University is missing its star quarterback for unexplained reasons. He is, quote, unavailable for today's game. Teron Dickens, they call him Tiger, preseason FCS second-team All-American. They do expect to get him back in the lineup, but they're having to make do without. So Bennett Judy has been filling in for the second week in a row. At quarterback, he's out there with Branson Adams. The offense has only put together one sustained drive all day. The handoff to Dutton, the speedster and former Gamecock sprinter, able to get across the 25-yard line before Abiba able to make the stop.
The other thing they lose without Dickens is some of the quarterback run stuff, his ability to move and make some plays with his feet. He's a guy that can really hurt you extending plays, something that Bennett Judy not as athletic and as adept at doing.
Well, he was expected to replace the 2023 SoCon Player of the Year, Cole Gonzalez, who transferred first to Oklahoma in January and then wound up at Pittsburgh, where he is now backing up Eli Holstein for Cade Bell, the son of Kerwin Bell, the former offensive coordinator at Western, who moved to Pittsburgh a couple of years ago.
It's a great catch by Branson Adams right there. That ball was kind of behind him, a little bit low. He found a way to go down and get it, pick up some positive yards there on first down.
Newark Gatkuth with the pressure, the redshirt junior from Edmonton, Alberta. Hard to be better than 5 for 5 in the red zone, as the Cats have been, including their field goal earlier today. Now under a minute remaining in the first half. Judy flushed by Afalava, and out of bounds he goes at about the 26, maybe the 27-yard line. Hazen able to chase him to that sideline.
Big Dallas Afalava, they're just having all kinds of problems blocking him with consistency there inside. He does an excellent job just getting up the field and blowing up everything they're trying to do. One of those guys, big energy, kind of always smiling, but when the lights go on and he puts the pads on and somebody's across from him, whole different person. He's coming to get that offensive line.
Watch number 52 in black. Can pin his ears back. He had 4 sacks last year for the Idaho Vandals. Gets to the quarterback again, and down he goes. On cue, Afalava and Kershke, as well as Frank Cassano, just collapsed that pocket.
Yeah, you said it right. The pocket starts collapsing, and then Afalava shows up and cleans it all up. Everything's falling apart, and then boom, all of a sudden you see that thing going one way and it's down when Afalava shows up. Big physical.
Wake Forest has called a timeout, 30-second timeout.
So who gets that sack? How do they split it up? To me, three guys should get a third.
Well, they don't do thirds, but I think Afalava should definitely get a piece of it because he's the one that ended the play immediately when he showed up. You know, he's one of those guys that you look at him, he's not the tallest guy in terms of a defensive lineman, only a little bit over 6 feet tall, 291, so he's not the 300-pounder that's super big, but he's very athletic, and that's what I like about him. His ability to sort of change directions, retrace his steps, and then the violent hands. And you know what else I love? Look at his hands right there, Doug. No gloves. Just give me a little tape on the knuckles and put me on the field. I'll put my hand in the dirt and play football. I love that kind of old school defensive lineman vibes.
Yeah, he popped in last week's opener in his Deeks debut against Kennesaw, and he continues to pop here today in week number 2. So now 4th down and 11. Western Carolina going to go for it. Bodie Burns on the field, one of the backup tight ends, number 19. Judy throws into traffic. It looks like it's caught, but will they give him the first down? They will not. Marcus Striggles got just about to the line to gain, but Nick Anderson made sure he did not get all the way to the 15-yard line.
Yeah, they call him Nando. Nick Anderson. Nando comes flying up and makes that play and prevents the first down, and it's going to be Demon Deacons football. Watch Anderson come from the left side of your screen right now. Look at him show up, gets a piece of the football, can't knock it away, but gets Striggles on the ground. That's a really nice play by Nick Anderson.
And he's a guy who's going to get an opportunity to play on Sundays. May not be the biggest, the fastest, the stronger, but he makes plays, and his ability to tackle and tackle in space might translate at the next level.
Yeah, out of Centerville High School, a program that's had a ton of success.
31 seconds.
A program that's had a ton of success in that Northern Virginia area. You see it here. He's there. He makes the hit right just short of the line to gain.
Thank you.
And he's able to prevent it. Nice play there by Nick Anderson, but from Clifton, Virginia, an area that if you go back about 15, 20 years, not a whole lot in that area. They've sort of built it up.
Western Carolina has called their second timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
As Kerwin Bell in Western Carolina calls the timeout, they may be trying to get a review here out of this timeout. But Anderson, Northern Virginia, really good high school football up in that area. Coming out of Centerville High School, knows how to play.
On the field,
great
the ball
coaching.
carrier was short of the line to gain is under further review.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be a review here of the spot. I didn't think he got it. So I thought Anderson came up and made the play. By the time he brought that ball in, he was not quite at the 15-yard line. See, he goes up at the 15, but when he brings that ball in, he's just short of the 15-yard line. He goes backwards to the 18 or whatever. That's not the issue. It's right here on the catch, right there. See, he's short of the 15-yard line, and I think that's why they ruled it. So that's what they're looking at, is whether or not he got the forward progress to the 15-yard line. You look at the spot where the ball is, it's by inches right now that he's short. I thought that was a fortunate spot
After
where it is
review,
now.
The ruling on the field is upheld. First down, Wake Forest. Western Carolina will not be charged a timeout.
Said the ruling was upheld, but Western is not charged the timeout.
They should be charged a timeout.
Right. I like the fact that Kerwin Bell went for he pushed for the review there.
Why not?
I think that's the right thing to do.
Well, it would have had them keep the football within field goal range to at least come away with points on that final drive of the half. And so now Ty Clark and the quarterback Robbie Ashford content to just run out the rest of this first half. Kenyon Partridge, the tackle for Western.
Yeah, I think Coach Dickert is going to be content to get into the half here.
Well, outside of the interception, I think Robbie Ashford has performed well. He has done what they've asked him to do. And I get the sense that Damon Claiborne, again, his presence, not only what he provides, but what he allows for his teammates to do in their roles, is so evident.
I thoroughly agree with you. What he does in terms of the attention he commands, which created some opportunities to push the ball down the field, and then his ability to extend and make simple runs, bigger plays. There you see it, 94 yards going into the half on just 7 carries, 13+ yards a clip. Not much more you can ask for from your high-level back.
The ribcage seems to be okay, at least for now, as Claiborne has led Wake Forest to a 21-0 lead at halftime. We will step away and come back. It's an abbreviated halftime because of the weather delay earlier, so don't go away. Deeks up 21-3.
What's going on? Welcome into this ACC Network Halftime Report alongside the Hall of Famer Coach Mark Richt and former Stanford great Bryce Love. I'm Kelsey Riggs-Cup. It is great to be with you. It is week 2, but we got to take a little look back still at week 1 because some teams hoping to turn the page, other teams hoping to build on what happened last week, and Clemson is one of the teams hoping to turn the page and maybe potentially build on what happened last week. They fell to LSU in a top 10 game. The offense a little bit lackluster, the defense maybe a few things to clean up as well. Their head coach, though, Dabo Swinney, not impressed by either group of Tigers. Here's him and Brian Kelly.
It's like getting the final exam day 1 of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
I mean, I thought we dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
It's not talking season anymore, but we're just going to talk about what happens. Awesome. It was good, right, Coach? You like that?
I loved it.
We're going to hand out some week 1 grades. Would you like to grade me and Bryce on last week? Did we pass or fail? Don't give us any bad numbers.
Hey, coach us up. Fantastic.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
He's best in the history of the world.
I'm just going to stop there before you say something that I don't like. Let's give some grades out to the teams, and let's start, guys, with what we saw from that Clemson team. Coach, since you're all fired up about the grades, why don't you start with Cade Klubnik? What grade do you give him?
I gave Cade a C.5. A C.5.
I like a C.5.
That's old school C.5.
I just got a bad grade right there. I just got a I got C-. He hit about 50% of his passes, missed some open people, no touchdowns, a pick. Not a banner day for sure.
Right.
Yeah, me and Coach, we aren't too far apart, actually. So I went with a D. So for me, there was a lot of hype going in. The expectation was Heisman potentially down the line, expectation potential top draft pick for what we saw this past year. And he just never seemed comfortable to me. He never seemed like he had his right footing, or he was confident maybe in that be the game plan, whatever it may be. But ultimately, what we saw is not what we ultimately wanted to see.
Coach, you mentioned it. His stats were kind of lackluster with those 230 yards, no touchdowns, and interception, and then they only scored 10 points. Fewest points they've scored in a home game there at Death Valley since like 2010. So Cade looking to build on some things, and as you mentioned, high expectations for him this year. Bryce, there are also high expectations for this Clemson defense this year. And we came in talking about a lot of the guys up front. They allowed 230 yards in the air and over 100 on the ground. What grade do you give the defense?
So defense, I will say I'm a little bit more generous for the defensive side of the ball. It's more so a projection than anything else. I went with the B. I think that when we look at it at the end of the year, this LSU team is going to have games where they're putting up way more than 17 points. I mean, they held them to 17. They had a lot of big stops ultimately. Our coach used to talk about 21, keep them under 21. Then it's going to be a dogfight from there. So they need to improve in terms of the run game as well, but ultimately not a terrible start to the beginning of the year.
C+ for me, very close to that grade. I thought you hold anybody to 17, it's a pretty good day. But an LSU that has the chance to have the firepower you mentioned, I thought it was pretty darn good. Now they couldn't get the stop in the end when they needed it, but got to score some points too.
They did have those 2 fumble recoveries, so a couple of good things for their defense as they look on to week 2 and ahead. A team that probably would love to just stay right here in week 1 is Florida State, because, man, that was a fun one. You come out and you show number 8 Alabama what's up at home. Coach, what grade did the Seminoles get?
I gave him an A. I almost gave him an A+, but, gosh, there's nothing to look forward to if you get an A+. But I thought they won the line of scrimmage. It was a total team victory. They overcame last year's 2-10 season. I mean, there's so many things. And they beat Bama. Nobody beats Bama. Nobody puts that kind of holds them to, what they hold Bama to, like 80-some yards rushing, something crazy.
87, yeah.
It just hasn't been done in a long time. So just very impressed with the whole from the head coach down.
Yeah, I went A+. So I went the highest that I could possibly give. I mean, you go from being 2-10 the year prior, and then first game of the year, you're beating Alabama. Obviously, the mystique may not be the same as what it was back, in our day, if anything else. But
not anymore. Anyway.
Yeah, not anymore, at least after what they did. But it's still Bama. You know what I mean? And this is still a team that had a lot of struggles this past year. Got to shout out Coach Norvell for what he was able to do going in there and leaving with the W.
And I give him an A+ because Tommy Castellanos talked that talk, and they backed it up. They backed your boy up, and he stood up in some big moments as well. Speaking of big moments, was there any bigger moment or bigger anticipation than seeing Bill Belichick as a college football coach? Coach, we were there on the sidelines for that one. And that first drive, man, they were zipping, and we were looking at everybody and high-fiving like, oh, what are we going to get? And then that was all we got. So what grade do you give Bill Belichick?
Gosh, I hate to think about what I'm going to say here, but I'm going to say a D. The most points ever scored against the Bill Belichick team ever.
Yeah.
And then the mystery of quarterback has kind of got me stumped as to what they're trying to get accomplished there. But just not a good day all the way around. Like you said, one great drive to start the game and another drive later on, but that was about it.
It's hard to be a college coach, right?
It's tough.
Well, he's finding it. Well, depends on where you're coaching and who your dudes
That's
are.
true. Bryce, I wouldn't want to do it. What would you give them?
It's tough. I mean, me and Coach, we're in line for the most part.
Y'all pretty close.
That's what I was going to say. We're not too far off. I went D+. So similar to a lot of the reasons that Coach mentioned, he is the greatest NFL coach. Now, obviously, there's a level of transition going from the NFL to college, especially in this day and age. But at the same time, you have those narratives around Bill Belichick. Look at what he was able to do with the rookie quarterbacks at the next level. And you see what Matt Patricia did as well at Ohio State in terms of confusing that offensive side of the ball. So wanted to see something similar. That didn't pan out, but there's always week 2.
There is always week 2 as they go on the road to Charlotte. Listen, I would give them an F. You guys are kinder than me. They just didn't even look like they were prepared. They needed to do more, and they didn't. We'll see what happens moving forward. I know these guys always have a lot of thoughts about it. EJ Manuel and Roddy Jones with you every Monday and Wednesday on ACC Network. Enjoy the second half.
Well, Kelsey, that second half is on hold because we have our second weather delay of the day. Lightning has been seen in the area. There is some rain falling. We don't have any idea how long this delay will last, but the players are in the locker room. We are up in the press box just holding steady until they can play again. Wake Forest defense has been as big a story as any. They have held Western Carolina to -11 rushing through the first 2 quarters. It's been 9 years since a Wake Forest defense was this good or better against the run. That came against the Temple Owls. So they have dominated both sides of the football and comfortably in front. However, we have another weather delay. So we hope you stay with us, and we will be back just as soon as football resumes. The Deacs on top 21-3. With Reggie Walker, I'm Doug Sherman, back in Deektown, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, after a second extended weather delay, which coincided with halftime. And so we are just about ready to start the third quarter with Wake Forest leading this non-conference matchup 21-3 over Western Carolina. Reggie, how on earth, through two extended weather delays, if you're an athlete, do you crank it back up in short order to get out there and play football as you thought you were going to when you got out of bed this morning?
Yeah, a lot of it's adrenaline and in terms of carrying you through right now. What you worry about is the ramp up, pull down of the body and some of those soft tissue kind of situations. I suspect you may see both coaches maybe potentially try to get some different guys in the ball game here in this second half. The score is what it is, but more than anything, you might have to protect some key guys, particularly for Wake Forest, who has a game on Thursday night.
Well, the Wake Forest defense was terrific in that first half, allowing negative rushing yardage, -11. Meanwhile, the offense had all sorts of playmakers. Damon Claiborne, 7 carries for 94 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Chris Barnes catching the football, 5 receptions for 122 yards, and he was pretty much the only target who Robbie Ashford needed. And there you see the comparison. It has been very dominant at 21-3. And I agree with you. I would imagine that, a guy like Claiborne, who is playing through a rib injury, how much of him do we see in this third quarter? He has done yeoman's work through the first 30 minutes. Why put him through more if you don't need to?
Absolutely. And they've got additional capable backs in Ty Clark and Jamario Clements that can make some plays as well. So I suspect we'll see a little bit more of those guys here in this second half.
Wake Forest to begin the third quarter kicks off. And with the T signal, there will be no return. And this offense, under the direction of Rylan Wells, the offensive coordinator at Western Carolina University, will come back out with its redshirt sophomore quarterback Bennett Judy, who is getting his second start of the year in place of Teron Dickens, the preseason all-conference player of the year in the SoCon for this FCS program. Last week, Bennett Judy shared some of the quarterback duties with Isaac Lee. We have not seen Lee yet tonight, and there are Judy's numbers.
Judy's been pretty solid. The one interception was just a bad decision. Other than that, he's done a decent job standing in there. He's taken a couple of shots as well.
Judy faked the toss sweep, then just barrels ahead for whatever he can get. They'll give him a yard on the keeper, Jaden Loving, redshirt senior nose guard from Hamilton, Alabama, with a tackle.
Jaden Loving is a load and very difficult to keep under control at that defensive tackle nose guard spot that he holds down.
Judy completes the pass to the 36-yard line. Marcus Striggles on the receiving end.
I like Striggles having a chance, obviously, to watch the tape from last week and then throughout the game today. Like his ability to go get the football. He just attacks it. And he plays well in traffic as well, even though he's not the biggest guy at just about 5'9", about 180 pounds.
Well, he got 10 yards on that play for a first down, moving the chains. Judy trying to go to the air. Finds Boyd out of the backfield, but he dropped it.
Those are the ones that hurt. Should be an easy completion. He's out in space. Defender a long way away. Aiden Hall was chasing that play down. Not sure he would have been able to prevent much of a gain there. This has a chance to be a big gain, and Boyd just drops it. I mean, that's likely a first down, potentially more than that.
So it's 2nd down and 10. Handed off to Boyd, who had a big week 1 performance running the football, tackled by Aiden Hall. He was the best SoCon rusher in week 1. Boyd went for 142 yards in the loss to Gardner Webb. He scored a touchdown, averaged nearly 10 yards a carry last week.
Boyd is one of those guys. You give him opportunities, get him in space. He can make a lot of things happen. Great vision as a back. Really good hands out of the backfield as a receiver as well.
On 3rd down, Striggles motions to the top of your screen. Judy gets hit, and the ball goes out of bounds Loving once again disruptive in the backfield, as Malik Knight was the intended receiver, but it never had a chance. And now 4th down and 5.
And West, once again, Trayvon West, you see number 27 right there. He's been really solid throughout this game in terms of coverage, step for step that time as well.
Stephen Brantley out to punt once again. And Carlos Hernandez, the 6-foot junior from Alhambra, California, stands at his own 20-yard line. Hernandez fields at the 17. He's hit immediately and then finished off the second man in for no return. Emmett Rhodes was the first guy, the long snapper who got down there.
Those long snappers, well, they love an opportunity to hit somebody, don't they?
They do. Redshirt sophomore from Chicago, making his 3rd stop after Florida A&M, and then he was in Akron Zip last year. Yeah, you get an opportunity to hit somebody, why not? So now we see number 2 Ashford coming out. Robbie Ashford, the redshirt senior from Hoover, Alabama. And Damon Claiborne does indeed get the first reps of the 3rd quarter at running back for the Demon Deacons. The center is Devin Kalani. Makes a good snap to Ashburn, fakes the handoff on the crossing route. He's got a man out across the 10-yard line.
Cameron Johnson on the grab there, but Samari Dukes did an excellent job reading this. Watch Dukes come flying into the screen right there. Right, it makes a nice open field tackle. He saw this play right away and attacked Johnson's outside hip quickly.
Well, as a 4-year starter, he has seen it all. Ashford hands. What a cut to find the opening, and away he goes. Damon Claiborne, untouched, to the house. 85-yard touchdown, his 3rd of the ball game.
This is explosive. Now, what they do here, they catch Caleb Fisher coming up there in a blitz. He gets washed down to the right side. Claiborne cuts off of that double team block, and there's nobody on the backside. Look at it right here. See, everything gets washed down to the right. Claiborne gets right up the middle, right behind it, and then it's a foot race. I like Hayward McQueen Jr. a lot, but he's not catching Claiborne from behind.
Well, his previous career high came against Vanderbilt a couple of years ago, 165 yards. He has smashed that now, 250 yards, as the point after by Connor Calvert is good. So career highs for Claiborne, 250 yards, 3 touchdowns. Another 100-yard rushing game for number 1, Wake Forest, up by 25. the $1 million smile of Damon Claiborne, who decided to come back to Wake Forest with the coaching change. And boy, Jake Dickert and his staff, Reggie, certainly are thrilled to have him.
Absolutely. He's certainly the heart and soul of this offense, likely of this entire program. What he brings to the table, his ability to be explosive in the running game. You see 22 yards a carry so far in this game, or the attention he commands from the defense to open things up for other people. So valuable to this offense.
Fair catch by Dutton. And again, Claiborne is playing through pain. He's got a rib injury suffered last week, but it has not slowed him down at all today.
Yeah, you mentioned slowing him down. Watch him finish these runs. He kind of gives you the lean like a track guy. Look at this, just running away from everybody. All types of speed. Even though he admitted that he's no longer the fastest guy on this team, what he is, he may not be the biggest guy. His game is the loudest right now.
And again, third-team All-ACC a year ago. Might be the best running back in the league this year. We shall see. And running back for Western Carolina, Branson Adams, the fifth year from Greensboro, North Carolina, 5'9", 190 pounds. Bennett Judy fakes the handoff, rolls right, throws down the hash. Caught by Malik Knight, who is leveled by Devon Patterson.
It's a nice job that time by Bennett Judy. Looks to the left, comes back to the right-hand side. You see it there off the play action, and then puts that ball on a line. That's a nice throw that time. And Malik Knight takes a big shot.
17 yards on the pickup, paid the price. There's another hookup. Dominic Dutton this time able to make the catch. Zamari Stevenson and Trayvon West in on the stop. It's a 9-yard gain as Bennett Judy tries to get this offense going for the Cats.
And number 53, Zach Watson, back in the game at center. Aaron Sainez, the other center, lost his helmet, had to leave. Those guys have been rotating throughout much of the game. But you see Watson there, he's the one that had the errant snap in the first half that led to the safety.
But he's the starter. He was on the SoCon all-freshman team a year ago. Thought for a second Adams had a chance to bust it, but Quincy Bryant had other ideas.
Yeah, Quincy Bryant, just physical, the redshirt senior from Lilburn, Georgia, Parkview High School. Watch him read this. He's on the left-hand side of your screen at the top, and then he just gets downhill, and that is a physical tackle to make that play there and bring up a third and very short.
Playing in his 40th career game for Wake Forest. The snap hit the guy crossing in front of the quarterback, Malik Knight, on a busted play for the Catamounts.
Yeah, I think that was Striggles coming across, and he's the one that ball might have hit.
Branson Adams wound up recovering the loose ball.
That's Malik Knight, number 7, right there on the right shoulder.
So who is that on?
A lot on the quarterback / center, depending on how they handle the snap count. The center's got to be able to stick with the timing. Quarterback sometimes either the clap or with the leg kick will indicate the timing there to snap the football.
Brantley with another punt. Lands inside the 10 and scoots into the end zone. We'll take a break early in the third quarter. Here in Winston-Salem, the home team up 28-3. Well, in Wake Forest, week 1 win, a 10-9 victory. The offensive line really struggled. And the idea coming into the game, Jake Dickert, the head coach for the Deacs, said we really need to make a big jump. We have seen good strides in that direction so far today.
Yeah, we really have. As a group, they've been pretty good. Devin Kalani had the one situation with the high snap, the center there. But by and large, they've done an excellent job. You look at some of the numbers as Claiborne finds a way to pop out of the backside again. Looks like a little bit of maybe a mouthpiece or something on the field there behind the play, but Claiborne pops out again. They've got over 220 yards rushing. And really, if you think about Robbie Ashford as well, he's had time in the pocket, a couple of drops earlier in the game that would have been big plays. If not, the numbers might be even bigger for Robbie Ashford. So both phases, passing the football and rushing the football, this offensive line has done its work in a good way, in a strong way. So far, really good performance by this group.
Yeah, Fa'alili Fa'amoe was a 4-star transfer from Washington State. He's the starting right tackle. 2 of the 5 starters up front followed Jake Dickert from Wazoo. And of the foundational pieces for this offense, that if Wake Forest is going to get itself back to a bowl game, they're going to have to build around big number 79, 6'5", 317 pounds. Next to him at right guard, George Sell. Devin Kalani, the center, we've talked about, another former Wazoo player. George Stye has taken over, at least for now, for the injured Clinton Richard, who they do expect back later this year. And then Melvin Siani, the former Temple Owl, starts at left tackle.
Yeah, I saw Siani against a really good defensive front from ECU last season. I thought he held up pretty well for that Temple offense. He's continuing to play well today.
Ashford. Ball came loose. The Catamounts say they have it, and they do. Jordan Thompson, the middle linebacker, came up with the football. Hayward McQueen Jr., one of the other linebackers, the will linebacker, helped to knock the football away.
Yeah, you see Ashford working to the left, and just excellent job by McQueen putting shoulder pad on the football to dislodge that one. That's a really nice job by number 5. Look at his helmet, shoulder pad, boom, right there on the football. Ashford coughs it up. That's a big-time play there by McQueen. Gets the ball back for his team and gets a little tap on the head for creating a turnover there.
Well, Jordan Thompson is one of the green dot guys. He's the middle linebacker in communication with his helmet to the sideline. He's a big hitter in the middle of the defense, that time on the receiving end of a big hit. And quote from Jerry Odom, his defensive coordinator, the only reason he is in FCS now, Jordan Thompson, is that he's 5'11". It's only because of the measurables.
And this is...
Judy puts a little air underneath it, incomplete. Devon Patterson in coverage, able to knock that football away.
Back to that point, that's the 3rd turnover now that the Catamounts have forced today. They were +7 last season, one of the better teams in the country in terms of overall turnover margin. That continues today with creating turnovers.
Khalil Sterling was the intended receiver, number 3 in white. On 2nd down, Judy almost immediately wrapped up and taken down by Langston Hardy. He's one of the 2 Hardy brothers on this defensive line for Wake Forest. His younger brother Camden was here first. He's a redshirt freshman backing up his big brother Langston. And he plays a little bit like his father. And I know that's a stretch, but their dad is Kevin Hardy, the former All-American at Illinois, who was drafted number 2 overall.
How good was he playing with Simeon Rice? But getting back to Langston there, just going to work against Brett Gray, the left tackle. Absolutely dominant. We've seen an array of that bag, if you will, from Langston Hardy throughout the game.
4th sack of the game for Wake. There's another hit at the quarterback. Ball's loose. We've got an injured Catamount. Play is whistled dead. Newer Gatkuth came up with the football for the Demon Deacons.
Yeah, he's also the one that had the pressure. So Gatkuth gets the trifecta here. He gets the pressure, he gets the sack, he gets the forced fumble, and he gets the fumble recovery.
The ruling on the field of a fumble recovered by Wake Forest is under further review.
He's coming off that left side, blows that thing up. And then he's able to look at the effort. He gets back up, and he's the guy that jumps on the football. I mean, that is absolute great effort. Any defensive line coach would love every second of that. And then there it is, getting with his teammates to celebrate the big play.
So the fumble that the Deacs gave up the ball, they get it right back thanks to the pressure along that defensive line.
He beats Brett Gray again, just kind of long arms him right in the chest. And you see it right there. He gets a hold of Judy.
And Abirgba was closing fast too, big number 99.
Yeah, Abirgba came through a hold, got grabbed on that shoulder that time, but it looks like Judy may have gotten this thing off to feel like it looked like a pass. They may turn this into an incomplete pass.
Well, if this happened to be a game on ACC Network in primetime, we'd be able to eavesdrop on what's going on with the replay center. I love that about what ACC Network is doing now, so you can listen to what the on-field officials are talking about with the official review. Unfortunately, we don't have that.
The ruling is an incomplete pass. 4th down.
And there it is. Call it an incomplete pass. So Gatkuth right now is the guy that's not happy because he loses everything. The sack, the forced fumble, the fumble recovery, all of it.
He gets the pressure. And an attaboy.
That's it.
Well, you saw the look on Bennett Judy's face. He has been shell-shocked here in the 3rd quarter under the pressure of the defensive front from Wake Forest. Fair catch is made at about the 6-yard line. We'll take a break with Wake enjoying a 25-point lead. (28-3) the score midway through the 3rd quarter. Wake Forest showing off with a couple of real playmakers. How about the yards per touch? Claiborne 17.3. Chris Barnes even better, over 20 yards every time that young man has touched the football tonight.
Yeah, and we had to round down with Claiborne because you had to add the other touches. Rushing the football, 19.3 yards per carry.
Ashburn, the spectacular catch by Barnes on cue. He keeps adding to his numbers. He had Darian Anderson draped all over him.
That's his 7th touch of the game. They've talked about getting him more opportunities. Nice release that time, and then watch him fight through, be physical, and then come back and adjust to the football. Great body control.
A 27-yard gain going that same direction in that same battle, and this time the hold is being called against Darian Anderson. Said you're not catching it this time.
Yeah, the problem is you got to run with that young fella. Good luck. You got Houston, Texas speed against South Florida speed. That time, Texas draws the penalty.
Defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
So if you're Rob Ezell, the offensive coordinator, do you go back at this matchup again a 3rd straight time?
Absolutely. You keep attacking this, and you make those guys figure out how to either run with Barnes or make them play an over-the-top type of defense, 2 high safeties to help, and then you lighten that box up and you continue to run the football.
Ezell spent the last 4 years at South Alabama, was the offensive coordinator a year ago. Ashford putting it up deep again into single coverage. He's got a man, Sterling Burkhalter, and he holds onto the football. Touchdown, Wake Forest, covering 51 yards. Boy, Robbie Ashford threw another nice ball right there.
That's got to feel so good for Robbie Ashford. He had a couple of opportunities in the first half. Didn't quite get him to come to fruition. This time, Burkhalter goes up and gets it. Nice throw. Even better catch going up and attacking that football and getting in the end zone. That's got to feel really good for Ashford and Coach Ezell in this offense to finally get that big passing touchdown on the board.
Connor Calvert kicks the point after, and it is good. Well, in the Week 1 win, Robbie Ashford did a good job doing what he was asked to do. They didn't stretch the field. They didn't go down the field all that much. They have certainly changed the plan today, and certainly here in the 3rd quarter on that drive, he showed great touch on the deep ball.
Yeah, he was efficient, as you mentioned last week. Didn't have the big plays to go with it. Coach Ezell and the staff, they told us they were going to try to be more vertical with the passing game this week, in this football game in particular, and attack these really good corners that honestly this Western Carolina coaching staff is willing to put those guys on islands at times. So Coach Ezell wanted to attack and test those guys, and they've had a ton of success in this game. And again, Robbie Ashford, and you see there, the quick strike offense as well with big plays. But Robbie Ashford finally getting that touchdown pass to get off the schneid to start the season. That's got to feel excellent for him. And now Coach Ezell and that offense, the offensive line, everybody is going to have more confidence in this vertical passing game to go along with this running game led by DeMond Claiborne.
Ashford now 12 of 20 passing for 218 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Last week he was 20 of 28 for 218 yards without a touchdown. Did run for a touchdown last week, as he has here today. That'll be a touchback, as Western Carolina University will come back out with its offense. Well, I'll tell you what, the defensive coordinator, Scotty Hazelton, has got to be thrilled with what he has seen from all 3 phases of his defense.
Yeah, he really has. I think the pass rush, which is something that he talked about that they wanted to be better with this week, I think the pass rush has showed up. You look at the linebackers and the safety types down around the line of scrimmage against the running game. Excellent job. Minus 17 yards rushing for this Catamounts offense. And then in the back end, those defensive backs step for step, good coverage throughout the game.
First time we've seen Isaac Lee, the redshirt freshman quarterback, number 11, who walked onto this team last year. The ball carrier is Kamari Reed. Lovichon and Stevenson combine on the stop. Gain of about 6. Nowhere to run. Ball got taken away by Wake, and they say they've got the football. Quincy Bryant. And they go into their takeaway celebration again. Last time they had to give the ball back upon review. Let's see how this one wound up in the hands of Quincy Bryant.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of a collision there. Quincy Bryant in there, but part of it is just getting dominated. Vito Moriana-Seguel just kind of got beat at the line of scrimmage by Bryant and company. Loavicin also in there, and there's the football on the ground, and Reed unable to get back on top of it. And you mentioned Hazleton in this defense. Another situation there where they're able to create a big play and take the football back. And Robbie Ashford gets another opportunity, playing with much more confidence after that touchdown pass.
Yeah, Hazleton, this is his 8th stop as a college defensive coordinator. Been to Michigan State, Kansas State, Wyoming, Nevada. Also spent time in the NFL as a linebackers coach with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Robbie Ashford on the keeper. Ryan McInnes able to make the tackle. 7-yard gain.
You think about some of the people that Hazleton's worked with, spent some time at North Dakota State as well. I mean, just some really, really good defensive minds. And then last year down at Texas with Coach Sark and what they can do on both sides of the ball. Just an opportunity to really learn and continue to grow as a coach. Very intelligent, has a lot in his bag.
Ty Clark able to turn that corner before Xavion Wells got him out of bounds. Fa'amoe, the senior right tackle, with a bit of a limp.
He's about as tough as they come. It's going to take a lot more than that for him to come out of this ball game.
Racanelli comes out, replaced by Hernandez at wide receiver. There's big number 79 at the end of the line for the Deeks. Ashford gives. Clark met in the backfield by Jordan Thompson. He is said to be the big hitter in the middle of this defense. Athletic, physical. Transferred in from MTSU the last couple of years. Young man out of Chambers High School in Charlotte with a nice stop.
Yeah, they won a ton of games at Chambers High School when he was there. Focal point of a lot of it. Really, really good football player. Understands how to play. Played for Coach Glenwood Fairby there at Chambers High School.
Ashford all day. Now rolls it left. Tries to throw across his body and just throws it away. Good pass coverage downfield. Trying to find Carlos Hernandez, who was covered well. Harry Lodge getting more reps as a backup tight end for Wake Forest for head coach Jake Dickert, looking to go to 2-0 on the young season.
Now, these are valuable reps for a lot of these guys on this Wake Forest football team because this is a new system offensively and defensively. Every snap is an opportunity to get better and get more comfortable.
Ashford dumps it off down to Clark. Still on his feet to the 15. Still on his feet inside the 10. Going to be close to a first down before being tackled by Jordan Thompson.
Clark showing his elusiveness there and the difficulty that comes with trying to get him to the ground. Nice job, makes two guys miss right there in the hole. Steps through a tackle there. All 205 pounds or so of him. He's going to make you work to get him on the ground.
9-yard gain. It'll bring up fourth and less than a yard. Good look at Robbie Ashford, the redshirt senior quarterback. Hands it off. Clark was hit almost immediately. Coming in off the edge was Darian Anderson.
Yeah, Darian Anderson coming off the edge there. No regard. He was coming no matter what off the left side.
Bam.
And makes a nice hit in the backfield to slow the momentum. And then the rest of his teammates come and help clean it up. Nice play there by Anderson Jr.
Well, Clark got the handoff and kind of looked to his left. He's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, those are the worst. When you don't have time to even fully react because that defender is there that fast.
Darian Caron Anderson Jr. with a big stick. And so taking over on downs is Western Carolina. Isaac Lee once again out to quarterback this team. Bennett Judy started 18 of 32 passing. There's the first completion from Isaac Lee. Nice adjustment on the pass by Malik Knight to make the catch.
Isaac Lee had a ton of success in high school. J.M. Robinson High School in Concord, played for Coach Seidel there. They don't do anything at that program but consistently win 10 games, find themselves in the playoffs. He knows how to win football games. Just a young player right now. He'll continue to grow and get better.
The running back is Markel Townsend, a redshirt freshman from Columbia, South Carolina, who appeared in 4 games a couple of years ago and then was a medical redshirt last year, number 28 in white, getting an opportunity here tonight.
And if you're the Catamounts, this is a good opportunity to see what some guys can give to you and what kind of roles that you can have as the season grows on.
Pass it to the running back. Townsend gets what he can out across the 20-yard line. And now we've got an injured Catamount back at about the 13-yard line. His teammates are trying to urge the medical staff from the far sideline. Brett Gray, the left tackle, transfer from Valparaiso, is slow to get up.
You see Kerwin Bell there now. Obviously worried about his left tackle in Gray, who's played okay in this game. He's had a couple of situations against really good pass rushers that he wasn't able to kind of win those battles. But tough to see a kid on the field like that.
Well, for Western Carolina, they will return home next week to play Elon. Good to see the big fella up and able to put a little bit of weight on that left foot, but getting the aid required to get off the field. Meanwhile, for Wake Forest, it's a real quick turnaround. The ACC schedule begins on Thursday night, September the 11th, when NC State comes here for a 7:30 kickoff. So I would think that's also in the back of the minds of the Wake coaching staff, thinking, you know what, we got a comfortable lead. Let's let some of our 1s and 2s take a little bit of time here.
Absolutely correct. And you see Coach Dickert there going up and down that sideline, kind of giving out instructions. You wonder if part of those instructions, if indeed directed at the offensive staff, are to run the football and start to eat up some of this clock.
Lee gonna go down at about the 17-yard line.
The beard book.
Able to get home along with Langston Hardy.
Yeah, those two guys have been all over the field in this football game.
And by the way, NC State beat Virginia this afternoon 35-31, but that was not a conference game. That was a non-conference game between ACC rivals.
Yeah, Dave Doran trying to get that program back where they want to be, and then obviously Tony Elliott trying to get Virginia resurrected to where they've been in years past. It's been a tough sled for him the last couple of years, but they think there's a chance to be a lot better in Charlottesville this year than they've been the last few years.
Matina Birgba is the injured Deke, the former Georgetown Hoya. This is year number 2 for him with Wake Forest. We give credit to the folks who have stuck this one out. We kicked off just over 5.5 hours ago. Had a first half weather delay of over 2 hours, then had a second lengthy delay at halftime. Hernandez going to try to return it, and he does. Making something out of nothing. And the Deeks, with a big hit along the sideline, are set up once again.
It's a nice return there by Hernandez.
Gino
sets his team up in great field position.
Yeah, sorry about that, Reg. Gino Junius lost his helmet while delivering the big hit. Get all of ESPN college football all in one place with the all-new ESPN app. Unlock with the ESPN Unlimited plan or log in with your TV provider. What a marvelous way to keep track of all the sports, all the games right in one place.
Especially if you're dealing with weather delays.
Yes. New quarterback is Deshaun Purdy, who went into training camp in a battle with Robbie Ashford. It came down to the final week. Ashford got the #1 job, but Purdy is a weapon who transferred in from Charlotte. And he goes to the air on his very first snap, unable to hook up with R.J. Vick.
Well, you see Purdy right there. You mentioned transferring over from Charlotte out of Baltimore. This kid has an absolute monster of an arm. He can throw it a mile. And he had a chance to get a good foundation, I think, with Coach Mike Miller, who was the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Charlotte last season. They did a nice job with Purdy. I think he's going to continue to grow and get better. This kid has a ton of talent, comes from a great family. He's got a bright future at the quarterback position.
Throws a strike to Jeremiah Melvin, his first reception for the redshirt freshman from Fayetteville, North Carolina. And Purdy didn't come straight to Winston-Salem from Charlotte. He actually committed to Florida last December, and then 3 weeks later flipped to the Demon Deacons. And again, he came here thinking that he's going to have a chance to be the #1 quarterback, and he has a lot of upside. 6'4", 228-pound sophomore from Baltimore. On third down, going to throw it again. Throws a tight spiral to a wide open receiver, Jeremiah Melvin, for another Deeks touchdown. A perfect spiral right on target to number 13, who was standing in the end zone.
Yeah, look at Purdy. Just read the field and then let the arm talent take over. Drives that in between a corner and a safety to a wide open wide receiver down the sideline. Great throw. Excellent execution that time by Purdy.
Reggie, do you mind if I say that throw was Purdy?
It was.
Connor Calvert on for another PAT. It is up and through to make our score 42-3 Wake Forest. There is Purdy with his first touchdown pass as a Demon Deacon.
Yeah, Purdy's got a lot of the tools, and the thing I like about him the most is he's very mature. Had a chance to talk to him last season after the first time he really touched the field, and he struggled a little bit. There was a couple of plays where he stepped up in the pocket, kind of presumed that the pass rush had quit on the play. They came from behind and knocked the football away. I asked him about it afterwards. He said, yeah, there's a lot to learn, and I'm realizing in college these guys don't stop coming. I have to stay focused, read the field, move the football, and if nobody's open, that's where I got to use my legs.
Well, boy, he looked very poised in his first opportunity. Threw a good ball. Now, he was not under duress at all.
No.
But he was decisive.
Yes.
In putting the football where it needed to be.
Well, and that's one of the things that you was able to ascertain quickly about him last year's. He knows what he likes, and he's very decisive and will make a quick decision, especially the more that he plays. He gets better and better, but last year he was still kind of figuring it out. Everything was moving really fast. He's much more calm this year, obviously, a year older, plenty of snaps last season. I think this kid he's super talented. It's just a matter of him continuing to grow and get the opportunities to get better.
For number 11, Isaac Lee, who made his college debut for Western Carolina last week against Gardner-Webb. 3 of 9 passing, 82 yards, and a touchdown. As Western Carolina continues to try to just stem the tide until Teron Dickens is able to come back. Bennett Judy started the last 2 weeks, but it's been a struggle right from the start to move the football. They had one sustained drive, and that has been it. Lee keeps it himself, and there's a big gainer, finally tracked down from behind across midfield and brought down after a huge gain William Tacky Jr. with the tackle after 31 yards on the quarterback keeper.
That's a nice run by Lee. Very decisive, pulls it, and he's out the backside. A couple of offensive linemen in front of him. They can't find any work. That's a good thing if you're an offensive coach right there.
Going to try it again. Protects the football with that left arm, then takes a big hit at the 40-yard line. Ladarius Webb Jr., just like his daddy used to do. His father, Ladarius Sr., was a third-round pick in '09 of the Baltimore Ravens. Spent 9 years in the NFL. Picked off 15 NFL passes. I'm sure he's proud about that tackle right there of his son.
Webb was a good one in the National Football League. He could really play some corner.
Now Lee's going to roll the pocket right. Pass a little too far out in front of Dominic Dutton.
And that big run a couple of plays ago from Lee, that's the difference kind of in him and Bennett Judy. He's a little more adept to make plays with his feet. That doesn't mean he can't throw the football. He can spin it as well, but he's a little bit more athletic, a little bit more aggressive in terms of running the football than Bennett Judy is.
3rd down and 6. Screen pass caught at the 40. Going to be close to a 1st down. Markel Townsend took a big shot from Alec Marenko.
Marenko was there, but also Webb. And I got to ask the question. Maybe I'm asking it rhetorically. People used to say corners don't like to hit. Not watching Webb. That's not the case with Ladarius Webb Jr. He will come and lay a shoulder on anybody.
Lee dumps it off. Again, the screen set up nicely. Townsend on the receiving end gets inside the 30-yard line. Marenko once again on the stop after a 5-yard gain.
Darius Jones, the redshirt freshman linebacker, makes a nice read on that play out of St. Francis Academy in Maryland.
We've reached the end of the 3rd quarter.
Three quarters in the books in a twice rain delayed affair between Western Carolina and Wake Forest. It's been all Deeks, both offense and defense. They have been dominant right from the start here at Legacy Stadium. With the nature of the game and the nature of the weather, both sides have mutually agreed to this fourth quarter being trimmed by 5 minutes. Instead of 15 minutes on the clock, it's a 10-minute fourth quarter. As again, we kicked off shortly after 2 o'clock, but 2 extended weather delays. And the fact that Wake Forest has been completely dominant, we will have a shorter than originally scheduled fourth quarter. The Catamounts with the football driving. Isaac Lee has been good and efficient running the football since coming on as the second quarterback of the day for Western Carolina. Meanwhile, the quick strike offense for the Deacs has just been remarkable. They have 6 scoring drives, but it's hard to call them drives because every single one of them happened in under a minute. Each touchdown came in less than a minute. Lee dumps it off. Got a flag down.
I think they're going to get Striggles for a hold here.
After the completion of Josiah Thomas. So the drives have been, Reggie, 57 seconds, 42 seconds, 5 seconds, 42 seconds, 37 seconds, and 41 seconds. Are those drives?
Holding, offense, number 6, 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
So you're right, it was Striggles.
To answer your question about those drives, no, they're like, I'd call them baby bottoms. They're smooth, yet sometimes very explosive.
Did you just come up with that on the fly?
No, I've had that one in the bag for a while.
There you go. I like it.
It's dangerous when when you've got these kinds of athletes, right? And we've talked about it throughout this game. Claiborne, Barnes, Mays, Burkhalter, Ashford. It's just dangerous.
Lee with a long throw to the other side, able to get his feet in after the catch. Dominic Dutton, the senior from Glen Allen, Virginia, on the receiving end of a first down catch that covers 9 yards. And we're getting a chance to see the 2 young tight ends, Bodie Burns, Josiah Thomas, who the coaching staff is very high on. Rylan Wells, the offensive coordinator, talked about it. Swing pass to Townsend. He's dropped at about the 17-yard line. Solid pickup on first down.
That ball is 5 yards downfield, and there are 9 defenders around the football when he gets tackled. I mean, they are still absolutely swarming to the ball. These are a bunch of guys that want to get more snaps in the football game every week, and they're showing it right now, putting it on tape.
Here's that tight end, Josiah Thomas again, the freshman from Austin, Texas. Out of Lake Travis High School, same high school as Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, very rich tradition at that high school. Big tackle that time by Miles Turpin out of Ashburn, Virginia.
But not until he picked up 9 yards, moved the chains. Ball is marked right at the 10-yard line. Throw over the middle. Hit immediately after catching the football was Marcus Striggles. So no yards after the catch that time.
This defense is fast and physical.
Got a look there at Keshawn Thomas, 3rd string defensive tackle, getting some opportunity for Wake Forest. Lee pumps, now throws over the middle. Incomplete through the hands of Dominic Dutton, who could have had a touchdown right there.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. Ball a little bit behind him as well. But getting back to this Wake defense, you know they're going to improve under head coach Jake Dickert. The only thing we haven't seen yet in these first 2 games is just a lot of chaos and creating a lot of turnovers, something Jake Dickert known for since he's been a defensive coordinator and a head coach.
Lee decides to run, protects the football, goes to the goal line, and he is.
I think he's short. I think the knee was down before he was able to extend the football.
Yeah, that is the spot, maybe a foot shy of the goal line.
He attacked the zone there against a straight 4-man rush. Not a lot of blitzing throughout this game from this Wake Forest defense.
Straight up the gut. Lee signals for a touchdown, and now the officials do as well. A 1-yard touchdown run, the first time into the end zone for Western Carolina, and it's Markel Townsend.
Yeah, just right up the middle. They said, hey, we got to be able to move somebody a yard and a half and get in the end zone.
Well, not until Isaac Lee has come into the game has Western Carolina been able to get anything even positive running the football. Even with the good that Lee has done, they have carried the football 33 times for 34 yards today, Reggie.
Wow.
And that is with Lee carrying it 5 times for 40 yards. The rest of his teammates, big time negative yardage against this Wake Forest defense that has flexed its muscles today. I don't think I have ever seen a quick strike offense like what we have seen here today for Jake Dickert's Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Just remarkable. We mentioned this before the break. Their 6 touchdown drives have all come in less than a minute each. That's no surprise. The time of possession has been dominated by Western Carolina, 36 minutes to 17, because Wake hasn't had to possess the football.
Kickoff goes out of bounds there. The other piece of that too, Doug, is you got 2 passing touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns, and the rushing touchdowns by and large have been big plays as well. It's not like we're talking about you get a turnover at the plus 20.
Team. The ball be placed at the 35-yard line. First down, Wake Forest.
It's not like we're talking about getting turnovers at the plus 20 and having short fields. This is extended plays, long drives. You start talking about the fact that Claiborne has an 85-yard touchdown run. Ashford has a 41-yard touchdown, or a 41-yard run, I should say. And then the touchdown passes have been big as well with this offense. You're talking about a 51-yarder to Burkhalter, a 27-yarder to Melvin. These are not short plays. These are huge, big plays down the field.
Ty Clark, the ball carrier. And oh, by the way, we don't even mention Chris Barnes with all of that, because he's about the only deke who hasn't gone to the end zone, but he's caught 6 passes for 149 yards for an average of 25 yards per catch.
Unbelievable. And he's a guy that they just want to get him a certain amount of touches throughout every ball game and see if the big play happens. The big plays have happened. He just hasn't gotten to the end zone. If that starts to become a factor in this offense and he's getting to the end zone consistently and still creating those big plays, look out for what this offense can be throughout the ACC.
Well, Deshaun Purdy was allowed to throw the football on his first drive at quarterback after replacing Robbie Ashford. And he was great. Looked fantastic throwing the football. Now they're inclined to keep the ball on the ground. Ty Clark once again, the sophomore from Nashville, gets 3 yards. So if you're Wake Forest with under 6 minutes to go, you want to keep everybody healthy. You got the quick turnaround with NC State coming to town on Thursday. But I would think that Coach Jake Dickert at this point is about as happy as you could imagine in all phases.
Well, you've got a bunch of redshirt sophomores and younger as backups on this offensive line. These are valuable snaps for these players. Yes, it's late in the ball game. Yes, it's a one-sided affair. But for guys like Jamarion Kennedy, the redshirt sophomore, Elliott Demain, the freshman left tackle, those types of guys, Jack Hines, also the redshirt freshman, getting those guys extra snaps are going to be beneficial as the season goes on.
Clark makes a man miss, then gets drilled at the 45-yard line. Well, Jake Dickert has gone the long and hard route getting to Wake Forest. He was hired in December from Washington State, where he was the head coach for 3+ years. He took over on an interim basis 4 years ago, and in his 3 full seasons took Wazoo to 3 bowl games. And how about the offense that they had last year? And how about the quarterbacks he had the last couple of years? Cam Ward 2 years ago then transferred for a reported $2 million to Miami. And then, according to Dickert, the quarterback who replaced him, who's now at Oklahoma, is even better.
That's just scary. But Dickert, the other thing about it is, as knowledgeable and as good of a football coach as he is, he knows how to let his teams fit what the pieces are that he has. You talk about these 2 guys at the quarterback position. You see Cam Ward, 66%, 48-16 touchdown to interception ratio. That's 3-1. And then you go to the next year with John Mateer. He's basically a 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, and both of them got in the end zone with their feet. And then Dickert on the defensive side, the way he can draw it up and dial it up, that just makes it even easier. When you've got explosive quarterbacks and a good defensive-minded coach as well, you can win a lot of football games, and Dickert's done that.
And again, of John Mateer, Dickert told us in our production meeting yesterday, without hedging it, he is the best player in college football. Imagine that. And he's certainly paid like it, reportedly about $3 million to go to Norman and play for the Sooners.
Well, and I think it's a great fit down there with the Sooners and what they needed, because last year they really struggled offensively, had some issues, wide receivers going down left and right. But Coach Dickert knows how to build a program, knows how to win consistently. Some of the coaches he's been around, you think about a guy, he talked about Coach Polasek, who's the head coach at North Dakota State. All that guy did taking over at North Dakota State was go 14-2 last year and win a national championship. He's 2-0 this year. That was a guy that was a groomsman in Coach Dickert's wedding.
Yeah.
You talk about surrounding yourself with the right people. That's another one of those people and great coaches that he can pick the brain of.
After the 12-yard pickup to Cameron Johnson, Jamario Clements runs it. And if you go back further on Jake Dickert, we mentioned the fact that he was a Division III wide receiver at Wisconsin Stevens Point. And when I asked him about Lance Leipold, the head coach at Kansas, you know, they come from similar backgrounds, Division III football in Wisconsin. And until Buffalo hired Lance Leipold a decade ago to give him an opportunity, it didn't matter that he had won 6 national titles at the D3 level.
Right.
D1 schools did not want to hire him.
No.
And what did he do at Buffalo? He won football games. What did he do at Kansas? Won football games where they never win football games.
Absolutely.
And that helps to open the door for guys like Jake Dickert.
Absolutely correct.
We have reached the 2-minute timeout.
We've reached the 2-minute
timeout. Coach
Dickert's
Dickert's club up by 32. As mentioned, it's a short turnaround between weeks 2 and 3 for Wake Forest. The Wolfpack come here for a Thursday night matchup, and then a couple of conference games after a week off against a Georgia Tech team that what they did going to Boulder week 1 to beat Colorado, I thought was very impressive. Maybe not the headline Florida State or Miami win, but in the ACC, that was a big win. Tech is very, very good.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think Tech is a good football team. You start looking up and down this conference and you think about what the ACC could look like this year. Look, I think Clemson, and I know they were struggling a little bit with Troy earlier today. I think Clemson's going to be good. I think Florida State is going to be much better than they were last year. I think this Wake program is greatly improved. I think Virginia's improved. North Carolina, look, everybody talked about, you know, Coach Belichick, and they just kicked off about an hour ago at Charlotte. I think that first game is not an indication of what that football team will be. I also think that they probably need to go to Max Johnson at the quarterback position. I just think that his age and his experience and his energy might be what they need at that position. But I think North Carolina is going to be much better than we saw against TCU the other night as well.
Do you agree with those numbers that the Canes should be the favorite to win the ACC champion?
Well, it's hard to argue that after getting the win over a Notre Dame team that I think is going to be really good. The thing that makes it harder, right, when you start looking at all of this, the quarterback returns at Miami, the quarterback returns at Clemson, the quarterback returns at SMU, the quarterback returns at Georgia Tech. And then after that, then you start to have to look at where the quarterback position develops as the season goes on. Whereas the teams at the top there that we just mentioned, Miami, we know what Carson Beck's history has been. He looked really good against Notre Dame as well. So then you start to look at it from that standpoint. You figure Cade Klubnik, if he becomes the guy that we saw down the stretch last year, they're dangerous. Jennings, outside of really the playoff game, the early part of the playoff game at Penn State, he was really good at SMU as well.
And as for Clemson, after losing to LSU, they have struggled with Troy today while also struggling with the weather there in Death Valley. They had extended weather delays as well at Clemson. But with about 4.5 minutes left in regulation there, Clemson leads Troy 27-16. They're another team to keep an eye on. A lot of talent for the Tigers. Well, Wake Forest now 2-0 as Jake Dickert wins football games.
That's it. It doesn't matter how pretty it is, as long as it's a notch in the W column. That's all Coach Dickert's worried about.
Career performance for the man who came in as questionable with a ribcage injury, but Damon Claiborne, 10 carries for a career high of 193 yards and 3 touchdowns to lead the way. The Demon Deacons improved to 2-0 with a convincing 42-10 win over Western Carolina. For Reggie Walker, for Stoss Hall, for David Tasca, I'm Doug Sherman and our entire crew. Thanks so much for watching. So long from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.